and welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate this afternoon. It is a beautiful Wednesday afternoon, the Wednesday of November 26th, the year being 2025, the second sitting of the Senate. On this day, remember on Wednesday, the House usually sits in the morning and in the afternoon. So this afternoon sitting makes the second part, or the second sitting of the Senate this afternoon, where the Senate is set to consider a number of business before it. In the highlights of the agenda before the Senate this afternoon is the Autism Management Bill, Bill number 19 of the year 2025 by Senator Karen Nyamo. It is a bill that is coming up for first reading. When you look at the memoranda of this bill by Senator Karen Nyamo, is a bill that seeks to provide for diagnostic management and support of persons living with autism. This bill is anchored in Article 43, subsection 1A of the Constitution, which guarantees that every individual has right to the highest attainable standards of health. This bill is seeking to mandate the national government and the county governments through the autism units to oversee implementation and coordination efforts. The national government will, according to this bill, if passed and assented to, develop national policies, set implementation standards, coordinate among government and non-governmental stakeholders, and promote research and innovation on matters autism. And if you're just joining us now, the business of the Senate will be commencing any moment from now. The House business this afternoon, the proceedings of the Senate are being presided over by the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. Good afternoon.
Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka zizo watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa ajili ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao adha zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Confirm whether you have quorum, clerk. Sergeant at arms, ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The business of the Senate has commenced this afternoon, and the House will, any moment from now, upon the attainment of quorum, continue with the consideration of business before the House. And this bill by Senator Karen Nyamo on Autism Management Bill is also seeking to empower the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters related to health to make regulations and operationalize the provisions of the Act. This is the Act on Autism that is seeking to ensure that policies are set and put in place to assist Kenyans living with that condition of matters autism. But away from that, the Senate will be continuing with the debate on the State of the Nation address by the President. This afternoon will be marking the last day of that debate. It is a debate that began for the better part of yesterday afternoon session, took the huge chunk of the Senate business during the morning sitting, and the business is once again coming up for debate. And after the conclusion of the time allocated for debate, or once all senators present who wish to make their remarks in regards to the President's State of the Nation Address 2025, the mover will be called upon to reply. This mover is the Senate Leader of the majority party. There are a number of bills lined up for consideration in the Committee of the Whole. They are the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, the Labor Migration Management Bill number 2 of the Senate, the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, the Nuts and Oil Crops Development, and the County Library Services Bill, Bill number 40 of the year 2024 by Senator Joyce Correll. The report on the Standing Committee on Matters Roads, Transportation and Housing on a petition by Mr. Francis Otieno regarding the compensation for sugarcane crop damaged by the Department for Public Works, Roads and Energy, as well as Transport in Oriang in Siaya County is coming up for debate this afternoon, where the senators will be debating the report that was arrived at after the Committee on Roads visited the area in Pap and Oriang in Siaya County, following a petition by Mr. Francis Otieno regarding issues to do with compensation of sugarcane crop that was damaged by the Department of Public Works. Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagements in Laikipia County and Meru counties is also coming up for debate this afternoon. This is a debate courtesy of the motion by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Health, after the Committee on Health visited the counties of Laikipia and Meru in regards to oversight on the health sector. The Kenya National Council for Population and Development National Assembly Bills number 72 of the year 2023 is also lined up for debate. This is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, and the National Assembly will be seeking concurrence, or better still, the consideration of the Senate on this bill, this being the Kenya National Council for Population and Development. The Narcotics Bill and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill, as the bills number 1 of the year 2024, is lined up for debate this afternoon. The senators will be having an opportunity to discuss the various amendments proposed in the existing Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. There are a number of amendments proposed in the bill by Senator Kathuri Murongi. And away from that, the Senate will be considering quite a number of other bills this afternoon, with debate expected on a number of them and consideration of some of the clauses in some of the amendments bills that are lined up for consideration this afternoon. The other matter before the Senate this afternoon comes at order number 7 on questions and statements, where senators will be having an opportunity to seek for statements that are usually directed to various committees in regards to matters of national interest. And the committees are charged with the responsibility of investigating or fact-finding mission in regards to the various issues that are raised courtesy of statements. Messages is another aspect that features heavily in the order of business at the Senate. And in the event there is any message from the corresponding house, that is the National Assembly, the Speaker will be communicating that to the Senate or to the members of the Senate. Similarly, any messages from the Office of the President and the county governments or the county assemblies, if there is any matter pertaining impeachments of county bosses, that is delivered to the senators, courtesy of the messages, as well as communication from the chair, in this particular juncture being the Speaker. The Livestock Protection and Sustainability Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of the year 2024 by Senator Alelegwe Lumbetsi, the Senator for Samburu County, is lined up for debate this afternoon. The members of the Senate will also be debating the County Wards Equitable Development Bill. This is Senate Bills number 20 of the year 2024 by Senator Karungo Dhangwa and Senator Godfrey Osotsi. On your screens, you can see senators streaming into the chamber this afternoon to ensure that the House has the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. And immediately that quorum is attained, I will be handing you back over to the Senate proceedings live from Parliament of Kenya. The quorum has been achieved, so allow me to hand you over.
Order members, order senators. Order majority senator. Read out the first order, clerk. Clerk, do we have quorum now? If yes, read out the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senate Majority Leader, you have a couple of papers to read.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, the 26th of November, 2025. This is a Wildlife Conservation and Management Access, Entry and Conservation Fees Regulation, Legal Notice number 160 of 2025. 2, the Ministry of Energy, Petroleum and Field Development Plan for South Lokichar Basin, September 2025. 3, production sharing contract between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the Turkana Drilling Consortium Kenya relating Block 10B. Production sharing contract between the government of Kenya and Platform Resources Inc. relating to Block 13T. 4, first addendum to the production sharing contract between the government of the Republic of Kenya and Gulf Energy ENP BV relating Block T6, formerly Block 10BB. And the first addendum to the production sharing contract between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the Gulf Energy ENP BV relating to Block T7, formerly Block 13T. Reports of the Auditor General for the year ended 30 June 2025 on the financial statements of Nandi County Emergency Fund, Nandi County Alcoholics Drink Control Fund, Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, County Government of Nandi, Busia County Public Officers Revolving Fund, Busia County Cooperatives Enterprise Development Fund, Busia County Health Services Fund, Kajiado County Executive Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Kajiado County Women Economic Empowerment Fund, Kitale Municipality, County Government of Trans Nzoia, Trans Nzoia County Water and Sanitation Company Limited, County Government of Trans Nzoia, Kakamega County Investment and Development Agency, Kakamega County Dairy Development Corporation, Kakamega County Education Fund, Kiambere Mwingi Water and Sanitation Company Limited, County Government of Kitui, Migwani Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kitui, Kuso Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Kitui, Kwale County Trade Revolving Fund, Kwale County Youth, Women and Persons with Disability Fund, Taita Taveta Investments and Development Corporations, Taita Taveta County Facilities Improvement Fund, Taita Taveta County Emergency Fund, Taita Taveta County Assembly Staff Car and Loan and Mortgage Fund, Kilifi County Emergency Fund, Kilifi County Climate Change Fund, Kilifi County Ward Scholarship Fund, Elgeyo Marakwet County Executive Car and Mortgage Revolving Fund, Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly Catering Services Revolving Fund, Elgeyo Marakwet County Education Fund, County Assembly of Marsabit Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Marsabit Water and Sewage Company Limited, Marsabit County State Officers and Other Public Officers Car Loan Scheme Fund, Marsabit County Emergency Fund, Laikipia County Enterprise Fund, Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund, Laikipia County Leasing Fund, Bungoma County Persons with Disabilities Empowerment Fund, Bungoma County Education Support Scheme, Turkana County COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund, Samburu County Assembly County Loan and Mortgage Fund, Samburu County Persons Living with Disability Fund, Narumoru Level 4 Hospital County Government of Nyeri, Mathira Water and Sanitation Company Limited, County Government of Nyeri, Muranga County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Nakuru County Climate Change Fund, Baringo County Community Conservancy Fund, Kapenguria Municipality County Government of West Pokot, Vihiga Municipal Board, Mombasa County Elimu Scheme, Siaya County Climate Change Fund, Mandera County Climate Change Fund, Makueni County Climate Change Fund, Huruma Level 4 County Government of Uasin Gishu. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
I have this communication to make, Honorable Senators. As you may have observed, the Senate Majority Leader has this afternoon laid on the table of the Senate, 1, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum Field Development Plan for South Rokicha Basin, September 2025. 2, production sharing contract between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and Turkana Drilling Consortium Kenya relating to Block 10 BB. 3, production sharing contract between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and Platform Resources INC relating to Block 13T. First, addendum to the production sharing contract between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and Gulf Energy E&P BV relating Block T6, formerly Block 10 BB, and 5th, first addendum to the production sharing contract between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and Gulf Energy E&P BV relating Block T7, formerly Block 13T. These instruments have been tabled pursuant to Article 71 of the Constitution of Kenya, which requires that grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of the national government for the exploitation of any natural resources in Kenya shall be subjected to ratification by Parliament. Honorable Senators, to give effect to Article 71 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 31(1) of the Petroleum Act provides as follows. The Cabinet Secretary shall, within 30 days of the approval of a field development plan submitted in accordance with the terms of a production sharing contract entered into under this Act, submit the production sharing contract together with the field development plan to Parliament for ratification in accordance with Article 71 of the Constitution. Further, Section 31(2) of the Petroleum Act provides that within 60 days, Parliament shall A, ratify the production sharing contract and the field development plan, or B, refuse to ratify the production sharing contract and the field development plan and refer the documents back to the Cabinet Secretary for consideration, stating the reasons for the refusal. In addition, in undertaking this responsibility, Parliament is required to undertake public participation in accordance with Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Section 31(3) of the Petroleum Act. Honorable Senators, noting that the Standing Committee on Energy is mandated to consider all matters relating to energy, petroleum, and related sectors, I hereby commit the production sharing contracts and the South Rokicha Basin Field Development Plan from blocks T6 and T7 to the same committee for detailed scrutiny, public participation, and consideration in line with the constitutional and statutory requirements. Honorable Senators, I wish to draw your attention to the provisions of Section 31(5) of the Petroleum Act, which provides that if Parliament does not make a decision under subsection 2 within 90 days, the production sharing contract and the field development plan shall be deemed to have been ratified. Therefore, notwithstanding the recess period, the Standing Committee on Energy will be expected to table a report on or before 10th February 2026 to enable the Senate to make a determination by 22nd February 2026. The Senate is so guided. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Autism Management Bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for an integrated and coordinated approach on the management of autism and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Debate on the President's address to Parliament, third and last day.
The conclusion on the debate on this motion was concluded today's morning sitting. So I call upon the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the earlier engagement, out of the 30 minutes that I have for replying, because there are two members who have requested that they want to speak, I request to donate to split the time into 3 so that Senator Sifuna does 10 minutes, Senator Chute 10, then I come and reply in 10 minutes, if you so permit.
Who is the first to go? Senator Sifuna? You have your 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much to the Majority Leader for donating that time. As you are aware, Honorable Speaker, the State of the Nation address was given last week. My position has always been that because the rules require that the President be heard in silence, those of us who might feel strongly to raise objections, try and stay away from that debate. But I observed something very unique, Majority Leader, that this time around, people were allowed to give feedback to the President when he was giving his speech. So maybe next year, now that a tradition has been set that you can stand up and clap and shout slogans, then probably some of us now are welcome to attend, Honorable Speaker, although we might have divergent views. Honorable Speaker, I will start off by my expectation whenever it comes to the state of the nation, because this is a duty under Article 132(1)(c) that requires the president to elucidate the measures taken and the progress that has been achieved in achieving the national values that have been set out under Article 10, and to publish that those measures and the progress in Kenya Gazette, and lastly, Honorable Speaker, to report on the progress in fulfilling the international obligations that Kenya has signed up to. Speaker, unfortunately for me, just from the beginning there, when you see the way the head of state framed his understanding of Article 132, there is already a problem, because, Honorable Speaker, instead of focusing solely on those three areas that have been highlighted under Article 132, he frames the conversation starting off there in the first paragraphs about a vision that he has to sell and a story that he has to tell. Speaks about affordable homes, factories, hustler fund, promises made and promises kept. Unfortunately for me, Honorable Speaker, my expectation is that in the order in which Article 132 is framed, the vast majority of the time that the president takes to speak to the nation should be actually to address the values that are in Article 10 and what his government has done in the period since he last spoke in Parliament. By the way, I have seen references here to previous years, including 2022, when my understanding is, because it is an annual address, in my view, he should restrict himself to the measures that he has taken as a government in the last 12 months since he spoke last to Parliament and the progress that has been achieved. In fact, Honorable Speaker, you have to go all the way to paragraph 12 of the speech for you to encounter just a mention of the values under Article 10. Article 10, Honorable Speaker, has a total of 17 values. 17 values from patriotism all the way through national unity, devolution, rule of law, democracy, all the way to sustainable development. Honorable Speaker, therefore, it was a bit disappointing that that order was not, in my view, followed. So that you will see, Speaker, we have to come all the way to paragraph 26, from 24 to 26 there, when he's addressing the question of Kenya's meeting its international obligations. He has spoken about the Eurobond redemption, foreign reserves, international markets, Kenyans being upgraded by Kenya's sovereign credit rating being upgraded by Standard & Poor's, and so on and so forth. But, Speaker, what is required under Article 132 is that you spend a bit of time in addressing these 17 values. And my position, having gone through this speech, Honorable Speaker, of those 17 values, I have counted less than 5 that the President addressed directly. And I also want to say that just mentioning or listing the values is not providing a report to the nation on the measures that you've taken and the progress that has been achieved in those, in achieving those values. So, Honorable Speaker, you come to the President's speech from paragraph 18 there. You will see that he goes straight on to say that in the address he will set out strategic choices, the reforms we will deepen, the sectors we will unlock, investments we will prioritize, which is futuristic language. These are the things that he's going to do. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, out of the 163 paragraphs in this speech, the President gave us the job of looking for these values in just 93 of those paragraphs. From paragraph 94, Honorable Speaker, all the way to 163, all he's talking about is his new vision, the promises that he's now making on questions like building of 50 megadams, 10,000 megawatts of electricity in the next 7 years, 2,500 kilometers of roads that he says is going to do all, 28,000 kilometers for tarmacking that he has identified. Speaker, therefore, for some of us, we struggled trying to find where these values are and what measures he has taken in the past 12 months to be able to achieve them throughout this speech. And I will go one by one, Honorable Speaker, so that you can be able to see that what I am saying is actually factual. Speaker, I have spoken about the rights themselves. So the first time he attempts to discuss measures that he has taken to address this, any of the rights, any of the, what are they called? any of the values in Article 10 is at paragraph 59, where he says he's standing to discuss healthcare as the foundation of human dignity, one of those values in Article 10. Honorable Speaker, just this morning, those of you who read the newspapers saw the sad story of one Wanjiku Kabita, who is stuck in India because her family is unable to pay medical fees. She suffers from kidney complications. Speaker, to me, really you cannot gloss over the issues in health. We as a House, yes, pass certain laws to bring into existence of the social health assurance, but the conversation about SHA cannot be complete without addressing the challenges that SHA is facing. Speaker, you know that SHA owes hospitals and other healthcare facilities a lot of money, and we have had repeated, in the past 12 months, repeated cases of hospitals shutting down or refusing or rejecting or turning away patients who are on SHA because they say that SHA is not remitting money back to them. You remember the rural and urban private hospital associations has had in the period between January and this month had more than once threatened to actually go on strike because these monies were not being remitted. Just the other week, I saw a statement from the Catholic bishops as well, Honorable Speaker, calling on the government to remit monies owed to faith-based health facilities. So these challenges, you cannot have a conversation about healthcare, and he has said is the foundation of human dignity, without addressing the indignity that Kenyans continue to face because of lack of affordable care. Last week, I think this House was again discussing a statement from the Senator of Kiambu about mothers and newborns still being detained in hospitals because, Honorable Speaker, we do not have sufficient funding from SHA to be able to take care of these bills. Then, Honorable Speaker, the second one, he spoke about the education sector. And, Honorable Speaker, everybody knows the issues that have bedeviled the education sector in the past 12 months. Speaker, as we speak today, the JS interns who are supposed to be employed on permanent and pensionable, their contracts are expiring this December. Now, one cabinet secretary stood up and told the teachers that there was about 6 billion, that was the CS for Treasury, 6 billion earmarked on, for the absorption of these JS teachers. There are about 20,000 of them on permanent and pensionable basis. Speaker, another CS from the same government, this time the one in charge of education, says there is nothing like that. So the uncertainty, I thought that the president would utilize this opportunity to clear that uncertainty and tell the teachers, the 20,000 JS teachers, whether his government is going to put them on permanent and pensionable or not, so that they can enjoy their Christmas with the rest of the family, of their families with that certainty. Honorable Speaker, we are being faced with the specter that come January, the free day secondary education that has been existing since Kibaki's time might not continue, because we have seen a circular from government that we are going back to the 2015, what is it called, the Gazette from 2015, that does not factor in that amount that was being paid by government for the day scholars in the secondary schools. Now, a president who has such an opportunity, I thought he would take that time to be able to calm the nerves of the anxious parents in this country and tell them that there will be no removal or the discontinuation of the free day secondary education in Nairobi. We also had, in the past 12 months, Honorable Speaker, strikes in our universities that have affected, especially the first years who are reporting. You are aware, Honorable Speaker, that they were on the streets, the lecturers, for over 60 days. I think it was a good opportunity for the president, as a head of state, to take that opportunity to explain to the country what he's going to do in order that we resolve the crisis that happen from day to day in the education sector. I want to move very quickly, Honorable Speaker. If you go to paragraph 94, Speaker, those things I have debated here, I've discussed here, are the only references I see to the values in Article 10 of the Constitution. So from paragraph 94, where the head of state says, having set out the work of the last 3 years, it would be easy, almost comfortable to pause, congratulate ourselves, and settle into the warmth of modest progress. Now, from this particular paragraph, Honorable Speaker, he believes that he has fulfilled the requirement under Article 132(1)(c) of reporting on the measures his government has taken and the progress that has been achieved, which I argue has not happened. From there on, Honorable Speaker, we get into discussions, I think there are at least 15 to 20 paragraphs here where the president is just talking about the history of the Asian tigers. This is 20 paragraphs. That Asian tigers debate, Honorable Speaker, has nothing to do with the values in Article 10. Then, of course, the favorite conversations are around things that allow for, people to be able to engage in construction. I think the president's favorite thing is construction. He has told us himself that housing and markets and the others are his favorite thing, and they are the indicators that his government is working. So he quickly goes into the things that he thinks are Kenya's priorities. He starts with the 50,000 mega dams, Honorable Speaker, the 10,000 megawatts of electricity in the next 7 years, then the 2,500 kilometers of roads for tarmacking. Speaker, this is not what that speech is supposed to be for. That speech should be heavy on the things you have done to address the software of this country, and that software, Honorable Speaker, is in the discussion about devolution, rule of law, democracy, human dignity, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, protection of the marginalized, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. In the entire speech, Honorable Speaker, there is no mention of that, any of those values. Even for us as a House, we should be concerned that the entire speech mentions nothing to do with devolution, Honorable Speaker, given the challenges we face as senators. And I am happy that in the crowd of people who are applauding this speech, I didn't see senators there. Otherwise, I would have been extremely embarrassed because, Honorable Speaker, every day here we lament that devolution is not working. How can you therefore be applauding when an entire speech has nothing to do with devolution, Honorable Speaker? And I want to challenge any member of this House. Before you rise on a point of order, show us where in the speech the president addresses the problems of devolution.
Is it point of order or point of information? Then maybe I ask him whether he is interested to be informed. Can you conclude within
Honorable Speaker,
1 minute?
I don't want to be informed by Senator Cherargei because I was watching those proceedings from the safety of my bar. I didn't see the senators. And if there were senators who are uploading a speech that has no mention of the problems of devolution, shame on you. And you should not ever complain here again about whether devolution is working or not working, because how can you upload such a speech? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for donating time to me.
Next, Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to make my statement on the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, Dr. Ruto. Allow me also to commend His Excellency, the President, on comprehensive, visionary, and strongly grounded and worded address. I also would want to emphasize on a few remarks made by His Excellency. Truly, inflation has been controlled under 4.6%. We have a reserve of 12 billion shillings. That is very stable and progressive. Honorable Speaker, if you look at agriculture, I have a farm in Naivasha. And because of, I know Senator Cherargei is shocked. I have a farm in Naivasha. Yes, I have a farm in Naivasha, near the president's farm. So, because of the cost of fertilizer, yes, we are neighbors. Honorable Speaker, because of the cost of fertilizers that has reduced drastically, we had made bumper harvest of maize for the last 3 consecutive harvesting period. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, you've seen the production of 70 million bags of maize. And this, Honorable Speaker, this is less than 10% of arable land we have in this country. And maize growth maybe is about 5%. what we need, Honorable Speaker, is we need distribution gaps of fertilizers. That also should be taken care of on the agriculture side. Honorable Speaker, something very, very important the President has talked about is the issue of large dams, medium dams, and small-scale dams, the small ones. Honorable Speaker, if I give you a place like Marsabit, the example of a place like Marsabit, Honorable Speaker, if today we have dams in Marsabit County, in Turkana County, around Ukambani area, Honorable Speaker, I'll tell you, we'll be having extra produce to send to our neighboring countries. And I want to thank the President for even talking about the 5 trillion investment he is looking for. And he has broken them into small pieces on how this money will be generated. And I really support that. And the reason why I should support this is today, or for the last many years, we've been being fed by relief supplies in Marsabit County, Wajir County, Mandera County, Turkana County, and many other northern counties. And if we have dams, the program he has shown, if that program is going to be successful, then I will tell you today this country will change. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Social Health Authority, SHA, Honorable Speaker, recently I had, some months back, had a patient who was brought to Nyeri, and he was operated on. He had 2 surgeries. And both surgeries, Honorable Speaker, were paid for by SHA, the tune of 800,000 shillings. And this is an old man who is very poor. Although we've added some few coins on top of what SHA has given, I think that is a very positive move, and maybe in future, in the near future, looking at the vision of the President, I think the whole country will be covered by SHA. When we were in Logologo, Marsabit County, on Sunday the other week, the President was there. The President said, in Kiswahili, muende hospitali, SHA mi ndio nitalipa pesa. Says, go to the hospital, SHA will pay you. I will pay you. And I was asking, how can this happen? Then yesterday, I had a time to go and sit with the SHA CEO, and I asked her what that meant. And she told me very clearly, anything from rural hospitals managed by the counties will be free. But what is happening, Honorable Speaker, there is 13 billion shillings, which is supposed to be paid to the counties, and unfortunately, counties are not capable of managing those hospitals. From level 1 to level 4, level 3, they have not claimed that money, and this money is still lying with SHA, and I hope and wish the governors can take some action and see how our people can be managed, can be easily helped by giving them access to hospitals. Honorable Speaker, the issue that has to be fast-tracked is on national audit of SHA, on reimbursement appeal system has to be hastened so that claims can be paid very fast. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, in this House, I've said this House some time back, the affordable housing is a scam. I want to retract that wording now because I have seen units being built in Nakuru, Eldoret, Mombasa, Nairobi, Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, everywhere. And people, our people are really happy. And something the President has forgotten to mention, Honorable Speaker, we have commercial developers doing a lot of development in this country. If you go to Isili, South C, South B, Parklands, Kilimani, and many, many other places, they have invested heavily, and this is a huge contribution to this country. That is what should be also the president should have mentioned that they have contributed heavily to the development of this country. Honorable Speaker, there is issues we need to also discuss about universities. Funding model still is a challenge. I think the president needs to work on that one and see, definitely through the Treasury, Ministry of Education, to see how this can be rescued. Honorable Speaker, let me come to cost of living. Honorable Speaker, if you look at electricity cost in Ethiopia, is 1 birr per kilowatt hour. That means it's about 90 cents Kenya shillings per kilowatt hour. What do we have in Kenya, Honorable Speaker? 27 shillings per kilowatt hour. How do you expect the cost of living to be lower than any other East African countries? Let me give you an example of Ethiopia. The electricity capacity they are producing, Honorable Speaker, is 13,000 megawatts plus. What do we produce in Kenya? 2,700. You've heard the president talking about rationing. Imagine countries like Ethiopia, if you talk about rationing, they will be laughing at you. They have already given us 200 megawatts of electricity and 100 to Tanzania. So I will urge the president to talk to his counterpart, the Prime Minister, Ethiopian Prime Minister, and see if we can be given more supplies of more electricity into Kenya, because we have got a line which is capable of taking 2,000 megawatts. Honorable Speaker, the cost of living will not go down because of the issues of fuel. This needs to be tackled. If you want to, I don't know after how many years, if you want to take the model of Singapore, there are so many things we must do. And the president cannot be one-man army. He has to be, he has a vision. He's trying to tell his visions to us. But we have to, as politicians, as people of this country, we have to support him to make sure that his vision and dream comes through. That is how we are looking at Singapore. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, in Marsabit, there are so many roads that has told. Because of securitization of the money, he borrowed 75 billion. All those roads are now operational.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, why are you too stern today? What is the problem? You are too strict.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to register my appreciation to colleagues who have at least taken time to agree, disagree, critique, Mr. Speaker, the President's speech. There is a culture, Senator Mungatana, that is fast disappearing from Parliament. And as an elder, you need to be worried. This is no longer a house of debate. And it should concern anybody that loves the legislature. Much as I don't agree with many of the things Senator Sifuna says sometimes here, at least I appreciate one thing, that when he went around Nairobi and sought the opportunity to serve and represent those people here, he does that job here every afternoon. What I find difficult, dear colleagues, is for people to campaign so hard, and account is a difficult thing. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, you know, people even don't know that we earn the same salary with members of the National Assembly. Yet we represent and do a job that is 4, 5, 6, or even 17 times what they do in terms of representation, Mr. Speaker. Yet, after doing all that difficult task, Mr. Speaker, you find people not getting the time to come to the House. That really bothers me. I must appreciate that at least, unlike last year, today we went to the second, actually the third session of debate, because we did this speech yesterday afternoon, today in the morning, and this afternoon because of our colleagues who have spoken about it. Last year, actually, we concluded on the first session because I don't know for what reason you couldn't find enough people to debate and say the things that they were saying. So I want to register my appreciation to colleagues who have taken time to read the 163 paragraphs of this speech and given their evaluation and their assessment. There are many that have agreed with the proposals that are being made by the President and the call to action that is giving to the nation on the things that needs to be achieved. Mr. Speaker, there are those that disagree as well. I agree, Mr. Speaker, with colleagues that are saying there are certain aspects that should have been mentioned and probably did not feature. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, there were days we used to go to the State of the Nation address and you sit there for 3 hours. In fact, I remember the former president another time, he threw away half of his speech and said, these things are too much, I've said enough that I need to say. But when you are a leader that appreciates what you are saying, Mr. Speaker, you limit yourself to that which you feel is most fundamental at that particular time. And I feel strongly, Mr. Speaker, that the President took time to address the issues of the progress that his administration has made the last 3 years, and now setting the solid foundation for what we need to do in the years that are coming. Mr. Speaker, we must appreciate that what part of the biggest deficiency that this country suffers is that we want to politicize everything. That we reduce our national conversations to be, you must win or I must lose conversations, Mr. Speaker. We must rise and get to a point of having a vision that we agree to as a nation. And then we all aspire. And it will not matter who is president, who is senator, who is governor. We just know that these are the things that we are focusing on for the next 10, 15, or 20 years. Mr. Speaker, you know, many times when people speak about the things that have happened in this country, you would think that there was no country before 2022. There was a nation. There were challenges. If you speak about the education sector, for example, is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that in the last 3 years under this administration, what is the biggest challenge that many of the constituents, for example, the people that I represent in this house, ask us about? They tell you that we need enough teachers to teach our students, because the worst thing that can happen to a parent is to send your child to a public institution and there's no teacher to teach them. We were in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where in certain schools, you are finding that one teacher was teaching 3 or 4 subjects because there are not enough people. The progress that has been made of employing close to 80,000 teachers up to this point is significant progress and need to be noted. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that we struggle about is infrastructure. I went through public education, and I know today when I visit, for example, Unity Primary School, where I went to school, Mr. Speaker, I feel troubled because the kids squeeze themselves in a tiny little room, close to 100 children, particularly in cities, a place like Nairobi here, Mr. Speaker, where many children go to public institutions, Mr. Speaker, don't have sufficient infrastructure. This government has put in place the sufficient resources first to build across the country 23,000 classrooms to take care of the transition that is happening from the former education 844 to CBE, competent-based education, Mr. Speaker, and the rest of the things that need to be done. Therefore, you can record, and that's what we have said. While it is good to say the things that are not up to par in all our sectors, we must never forget where we have come from and what has been done. You can say the same about the health sector. Speak to your governor, Governor Mutuma, and he will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that part of the bigger problem that many of our county hospitals used to face from the defunct NHIF is that when they offered services to citizens, many of our public hospitals would actually wait for a year or 2 before being paid. That is no longer the case. We have challenged, and I'm happy because we are all in this house, and I hope C.S. Duale meant what he said when he promised us that before the end of the mandatory 1 year, 3 months period that we have given them under the Section 43 of the Social Health Authority Act, he will bring a report to this house. And I mentioned to him and I said, I want to see that report detailed, name by name, the institutions that have been compensated in my own county. Because I want to go there and see Cheborgei Health Center. How much in compensation have they received over the last 1 year? Because that is the only way you're going to build a credible public health infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. One that is supported by payments from the national coverage that citizens are receiving. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, you cannot argue with the fact that there are 28 million Kenyans that are registered under SHA. They register themselves, 50,000 of them each day. Do you know why they are registering? It's because they hear from their neighbor that when I was unwell, my bill was 600,000-700,000, SHA paid for me 200,000 or 300,000. And that means a lot to the ordinary folk in the village. Mr. Speaker, we must establish ways through which we will provide medicine in our health facilities. It is the biggest concern each time, it's the biggest concern that citizens raise, for example, with me as a representative each time when I speak in public engagements and ask them to register on SHA, because they tell me, then tell the governors to put medicine in the hospitals, because it's not sufficient just to walk there. Mr. Speaker, there have been arguments that have been made also about the lack of address to national values and principles of governance. My colleague, Senator Sifuna, the last paragraph of that article that you read speaks about sustainable development, development that transitions from one generation to the other. I believe that is what the president is speaking to in the last 45 paragraphs of his speech, the things that we must do as a republic. And he asked the questions in this speech, Mr. Speaker, that, for example, when we did privatization of Telcom, when we did privatization of KenGen, when we did privatization of Safaricom, where did those funds go? We consumed it all in salaries. That's why we are saying we must be a people that inflect and reflect and learn from the mistakes of the past. That's why we are proposing this time and saying that if we carry out any privatization like what is being done with pipeline and all the rest that are following, we must put it in a national sovereign wealth fund like other countries do, funds that will only be invested in making our country better. I believe that is part of sharing the burden from one generation to the other, and so many other things that can be done. What I want to challenge in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because I know my time is up, and I don't want to speak a lot because my colleague have said very, very important things, is as a House, what I expect us to do come 2026, Mr. Speaker, is in so many of these solid programs that are being proposed, where I feel we have let the people of Kenya down is on our oversight as an institution of governance in this country, Mr. Speaker. There are many programs, Mr. Speaker, that have been done and they are running out within the circles of public, Mr. Speaker, yet there are questions that citizens continue to raise, which they expect that us as their representatives, we will speak about them to fine-tune, from the affordable housing program to social health to this one of the sovereign wealth. Senator Mungatana, we must be the voice that continue to check and ensure the dream that we had when we passed those laws is implemented to the letter. My dear colleagues, there is what the executive can do. There is what also we must do as a legislature. And it is not in our place. We must compete. For example, I have challenged and I have told the House that as we receive the reports of, for example, the markets and the houses that are being built across the country, we must see the national spread. You must see significant markets of 700, 800, 900 million shillings being built in Tana River the same way they are being built in other parts of the country. That is our duty. And we must ensure that as the president and the executive do their part, we also do our part, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are called upon to. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply and do ask my colleagues to take note of the fact that besides the speech of the State of the Nation, Mr. Speaker, that the President gave, there are other reports that are also tabled alongside, including the report on the state of security, the report on the progress made in fulfilling international obligations. Those are very important, Mr. Speaker, because, for example, why I'm speaking, Speaker, allow me just 30 seconds to say this, is because, for example, I know Kenya signs, what are they called? The name disappears from my mind right now. The economic agreements, CEPA, you know, comprehensive economic partnership agreements with other countries, including countries like those in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. It is the time has come for us as members of this House to look into the details of those agreements and see what the host countries give as their commitment, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that the fundamental rights of the citizens from this country that work in those countries are guaranteed, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair for many of our young people that we see working, particularly in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, and occasionally We keep seeing videos of them being harassed. Some of them are killed, Mr. Speaker, yet it is without consequence. There must be a consequence to the host country, Mr. Speaker, because all those agreements are signed and approved and ratified by this House. Therefore, it is our duty to ensure that we follow through, to ensure that Kenyans who work in those countries, Mr. Speaker, their rights are guaranteed. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Finally, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 66.3, I request for the department of the putting of a question until a later date. I thank you.
Very well, the putting of the question has been defined. We go to, okay, sorry. Honorable Senators, I want to reorganize order of business this afternoon. We defer order number 10 to order number 14. Those are committee of the whole. We go to order number 15.
Order number 15, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a petition by Mr. Francis Otieno regarding compensation to sugarcane crop damaged by the Department of Public Works, Roads, Energy and Transport in Pap Oriang in Siaya County.
This motion was discussed on Wednesday, 19th November 2025, afternoon sitting. Senator Nderito Kinyua has a balance of 16 minutes if he is around. If he is not, then we go to Senator Mungatana Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate this report. Mr. Speaker, this report was occasioned by one Mr. Francis Otieno, who wanted compensation for the damage on his sugarcane crop by the Department of Public Works, Roads, Energy and Transport in Pap/Oriang in Siaya County. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the efforts by the petitioner who sought that the Senate committee would intervene and help him out solve this problem. Mr. Speaker, the chair of this committee, I want to appreciate the work they put in. Senator Migori County, together with the team of honorable members from here, they went to hear this member, Mr. Speaker, and the complaint that he had. But Mr. Speaker, having listened to what the petitioner had put before the House, and having looked at all the factors that influenced their decision, I'm convinced that our Senate committee, in a way, did not do what our citizen expected of them. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what the committee has recommended, the committee made an interesting recommendation. The committee said that when the matter was initially presented to the Senate, the information indicated the existence of a dispute between the petitioner and a contractor hired by the county government. However, further interrogation of the matter revealed that this was a private dispute between the petitioner and the contractor, Mr. Ainia Oviambo. The committee therefore recommends that the petitioner refers the matter to the appropriate bodies mandated to arbitrate or adjudicate private disputes. So, Mr. Speaker, the question that begs is that if you are seized of the matter and a citizen has come and made an appeal before the Senate committee and they have done all the due diligence, why can't the Senate committee at least give an opinion and give a finding that yes, there is a genuine complaint, that yes, the road was diverted from the initial direction to another direction, that yes, sugarcane crop valued this amount was destroyed, and that yes, the petitioner is entitled to compensation. Mr. Speaker, all this was not done. Instead, our petitioner, who saw that this is his last resort to getting justice, was again referred to other adjudicative bodies. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have power to deal with matters such as this, and an opinion of the Senate committee, which we would adopt here in the House as the opinion of the Senate, would have added weight, even if it would have meant that the petitioner should follow up with other due processes. It would have added weight. But, Mr. Speaker, for the committee to tell us that they should just ask the petitioner to simply go to other adjudicative bodies, I feel that justice was not meted to the petitioner, the citizen who came before the Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, if this was the case from the very beginning, they should have said this at the very beginning. But to take time and get a citizen to put all the effort and then you leave him high and dry, I don't think this is the correct thing that the committee did, Mr. Speaker. And maybe going forward, we need to review our approach to these matters. But having said this, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the petitioner that he should not give up, that what you have done, your work that you have done, your sugar cane must not go to waste. The damages that you have incurred, you must pursue them so that you can get your right. Because it is not right. Mr. Speaker, when a farmer goes into the processes of farming, they spend a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. They spend a lot of energy, Mr. Speaker. And for some of us, it's also emotional when you see the crop coming up and the way it is looking green and the way it is swinging with the wind in our custom. People have created songs about food crops. When the rice is swinging in the air, Mr. Speaker, our people have created songs. There is cultural attachment to crop for those who are serious farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, for your crop to just be damaged, not by natural resources, natural circumstances such as flooding or change of weather or excess rains, but by a tractor that comes just because they have decided to change the road, they come into your land, and as they came to the petitioner's land here, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. And this is why this man came to this Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, for the committee to tell them to go and get other adjudicative remedies, I think we didn't do justice. And the point must be made to the county government and to the public works department. They must be sensitive to our people, our citizens. They must be sensitive to those who have put in effort to decide to invest in farming. You must be sensitive before you go on destroying crops. It's a very sad thing. Some of our people have very strong attachment to animals like cows and bulls. But some of our cultures have very strong attachment, equal, if not more, to crops. So it is wrong to treat this like trash by sending tractors over people's lands without proper permission from the person who has put all that effort. So I sympathize with the petitioner here, Mr. Francis Otieno, and I want to tell you that you should not stop here. Go on and find your rights. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Very well. Next is Senator Okenyuri Esther Anyeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to comment on the report by the Roads Committee, and I equally share the sentiment of the Tana River Senator Mungatana, because I feel after actually going through their recommendations, observations, I feel it was very unfair for the committee to just say that the petitioner should refer the matter to appropriate bodies, as the Senate is not mandated to arbitrate or adjudicate private disputes. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that Mr. Otieno never received justice. So just by us as a committee ignoring, I think the committee deserved to go a step further and even try to give some kind of reprieve or advice for Mr. Otieno, because Mr. Otieno in this matter is a member of the public, and when members of the public come to the Senate, they hope, like we as their representatives, are going to look into their issues and speak on their behalf. So we can also not be part of the tossing that they are undergoing out there, Mr. Speaker, because for them to come to Parliament, they are looking at Parliament as the last resort for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel like for me, the committee recommendations are not convincing enough, because Mr. Otieno has not received the justice that he needed, because some of the facts are not disputed. Like like the sugarcane was destroyed, they have not disputed that. So when you say he needs to look for other avenues for him to get compensation, I really fail to understand, because already it's been proven that the sugarcane was destroyed and different assessment was done, and what is the discussion here is there were different amounts of compensation that were actually suggested. Maybe that should have been the point of discussion, not tossing him around to look for other avenues of getting redress, Mr. Speaker. So I share my views that the recommendations are not satisfactory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Joyce Chepkoech, Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to also contribute on this report of by the committee. Honorable Speaker, I would want to stand with the rest of the members in terms of how the committee has handled this matter, and I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, that since the matter is before the Senate, it would be prudent for this House to give justice to Mr. Otieno, and I would want to request, Honorable Speaker, that the committee should move further in terms of having a thorough investigation and fact findings to see the best way forward in terms of making sure that justice is served to Mr. Otieno, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Sorry. Honorable Senators, there is no other senator willing to contribute to this motion. Therefore, we defer, move her to reply. We defer that bit until maybe next time. Next one.
Order number 16, motion, consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagements in Laikipia and Meru counties.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the chair, let me move the motion. Mr. Speaker, consideration of the reports of the Standing Committee of the Health on the county oversight network engagement in Laikipia and the Meru County. Mr. Speaker, these reports before the House contain the reports of the outcome of the comprehensive evidence gathering exercise undertaken by the Committee on Health to oversight deliveries of the medical service, public health sanitation in Laikipia and Meru County in 18 to 20th of June 2025. The oversight visits were adopted as a mode of the operation by the committee in order to gather the evidence and the argument information received within the presence of the parliaments and the key part of the how it engaged with the members of the public. Mr. Speaker, the primary objective of this engagement was critical to our oversight role, and these include to assess and state the quality of the infrastructure, the facility and hospital equipment and provision of the emergency service. Secondly, to assess the availability of the healthcare personnel, the gaps and the challenges faced by these counties regarding human resource for health. 3, to assess the availability of drugs and medical supply in the health facility. 4, to obtain the information on SHA, the facility accreditation, and the pending bills on medical, Kenya Medical Supply Agency, KEMSA. With the committee identify the following health facilities in the 2 counties we have visited. 1, Nyahururu County Referral Hospital and Nyanyuki Teaching Referral Hospital in Laikipia, and Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, Timau Hospital, Sub-County Hospital, and Kibirichi Sub-County Hospital in Meru. Mr. Speaker, the committee identifies several critical challenges impact on healthcare delivery in both county, that is Laikipia and Meru County. These challenges are structural, undermining the quality and accessibility of the healthcare. Mr. Speaker, the Laikipia County is characterized by the overstretching resources and depleting the infrastructure. The healthcare facilities face a unique funding strain as they serve the residents both from 6 county neighboring, that is Nyeri, Samburu, Nakuru, Isiolo, Meru, and Nyandarua, thereby overstretching both human and financial resources. Nevertheless, we witness the infrastructure deficit in the facility visited. The healthcare facility structure is in critical states of disrepair. Observation at Nyahururu County Referral Hospital include missing windows panels, broken tiles, and deteriorated ceiling, and damages of beddings. Mr. Speaker, the maternity and outpatient department in Nyanyuki County Referral Hospital were extremely overcrowded, and all the maternity ward, shortage of beds, compiling of some women to share the single beds, raising a serious concern regarding the infection risk and patient discomfort. Nyahururu Referral Hospital also experienced the patient sharing of beds due to the overstretching of the capacity. There is also a shortage of acute infant incubator in the newborn unit in Nyanyuki Referral Hospital, and the committee observed that the makeshift, the incubator, such as they are using a carton, that is a carton box, for reports for the incubators. Mr. Speaker, both facilities visited in Laikipia lack the operational ICU beds. The committee further observed that mortuary facilities are severely overstretched. Nyahururu County Referral Hospital designed for 18 bodies, but when we visited, there are 61 bodies. Nyanyuki Referral Hospital designed for only 12 bodies, but they are handling 62 bodies. Laikipia County also reported the persistent drug supply challenges from KEMSA, with all reorder level rated ranging between 50 and 70%. Insufficiency in management also leads to prevalence of the expiring pharmaceutical and unused medical stocks at both facilities. Sadly, incinerator at Nyahururu Referral Hospital was non-functional, resulting in hazard and accumulations of the medical and biohazard waste. Mr. Speaker, in Meru County, the committee observed that the health care facilities with a referral strain, the Meru Referral Hospital caters to estimate a population of 1.4 million people. In addition, the patients from the surrounding counties, compounding of the budget's pressures, and particularly for critical and specialized service. The committee observed that in Timau sub-county, service from a chronic human resource for health shortage, and during this visit, only 2 pharmacists and 8 clinical officers were reported to be working at the facilities. The maternity ward is deserted due to the poor infrastructure and possible staffing challenges, lacking dedicated theater and also a newborn unit. Mr. Speaker, a critical project, including the mortuary, that is Timau, had installed. One of the buildings was condemned for structural instability, and of particular concern, the facility was using a burned asbestos for roofing. That is violating occupational safety standard. Mr. Speaker, Kibirichi County Sub-County Hospital, we visited impromptu. That was, they are lacking a critical infrastructures like functioning mortuary, staff housing, and specialized units, and other operational ambulance at the facility was poorly maintained and was used for storing the expiry drugs. At Meru County Referral Hospital, the committee observed congestions and equipment failed, and the maternity ward were congested with some patients sharing beds due to the high referral inflow. The mortuary designs for 60 bodies, but they are having 200 bodies at the time of the visit, reflecting a wide infrastructural challenges. The committee also observed that the meds, that is equipment, that is ICU, HDU equipment provided under meds programs are out of services due to lack of maintenance support after the contract expired. The renal units, only 5 functioning. Hemodialysis machines out of 10 due to the lack of consumable and reagents. Mr. Speaker, committee also considered it is finding into 4 primary systematic challenges that are hindering the healthcare delivery in the devolution units. These include the health sector funding, the human resource for the health and the health infrastructure and provision of the management of the health product and technology. Both the county increased their health sector budget, funding remaining insufficient related to the magnitude of the devolved health needs and the population served. The majority of the health budget are consumed by the staff salaries and the drug supplies, leaving limited resource for the infrastructure development and the equipment acquisitions and the service expansions. The development allocations are frequently under-implemented and reallocated to cover immediate recurrent expenditure, resulting in incomplete projects such as mortuaries and incinerator. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that Meru County is highly dependent on the SHA reimbursement to cover the wage bill, but delays and inconsistency or severe strain the facilities in liquidity. Both counties face inadequate number of the healthcare workers across nearly all the departments. This shortage due to natural attribution and expanding of the scope of the services, meaning the existence of the staff are overburdened and leading to burnout and decline in the quality of the healthcare. Distribution of the healthcare disappropriately favor the higher level hospitals, leaving the sub-counties and preferably the facilities severely understaffed, with a rural area particularly vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the specialized healthcare workers in critical care, that is pharmacy, laboratory science, and mental health remain scarce. These shortages was compiled facilities to implement inappropriate task shifting, whereby less skilled staff undertaking specialized roles and advance affecting patients' safety. Facility infrastructures in critical states of disrepair, with significant defects observed, including missing the window panels and broken tiles and depleted roof, fallen ceiling, and condemning structures. The critical projects such as mortuary and the waste disposal system and ICU are either installed and incomplete. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also continue of using of banned materials such as asbestos roofing and compromised safety, inadequate waste management system explained by the non-working incinerator, having resulted in hazard accumulation of the waste. Mr. Speaker, the healthcare facilities lack essential equipment, demonstrating by the critical shortage of incubator beds and equipment and functional dialysis machines and outdated laboratory items. The absence of digital inventory and the supply chain management system has led to frequent discrepancy between the record and actual stock level. This is sufficient restocking and contribution to the loss and the wastage. Accumulation of the expiry drugs was a common occurrence, frequently stored in unlocked or inappropriate locations. Mr. Speaker, most of the hospital we have visited, the expiry drugs are on the shelf of the pharmacy, resulting to the risk of accidental dispensing and posing the serious breach of the patient safety standard. The reports present comprehensive analysis and make firm recommendation aiming at strengthening healthcare system, enhancing accountability, and ensure investment transfer investment translate into the tangible service delivery improvement. The committee recommends as directed to the key stakeholders. One is the Pharmacy and Poison Board must establish and ensure the robust protocol for pharmaceutical waste management and proper disposal of the expired drugs, and they must undertake a regular audit, ensure the expired drugs are prompt withdrawn and safety destroyed, table the audit reports to the Senate then, every 6 months. Furthermore, the PPB should implement a digital inventory management system across all the facilities in 47 counties to ensure retrievable and efficiency. The Council of Governors must direct all the county governments to expedite operationalization of the Facility Improvement Financing Act 2023 to enable retentions and transplant use of the facility-generated revenue for infrastructure and service upgrade. Meru County specifically needs to enact this legislation to retain the facility-generated revenue. The committee has also recommended the governor, that's Laikipia County, must convert the healthcare workers under a short-term contract into a permanent and pensionable term, invest in a continuous professional development, and ensure a timely payment of the salary and statutory remittance to the improve the motivation and retention. The governor must also upgrade the healthcare facilities by expanding a unit, operationalization of the ICU, and completing and install projects such as mortuary and incinerator. Mr. Speaker, the challenges identify and overcrowded wards and critical equipment shortages and staff burnouts and the lapse in the pharmaceutical safety demand immediately attention and comprehensive commitment from all levels of the government. It is now my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, and duty and privilege to present these reports and the Standing Committee for consideration and approval of the House on Standing Order. Mr. Speaker, with this, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to, let me add also some issues, Mr. Speaker. With these counties, we need to implement, they must implement our reports, the recommendation as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the health is devolved, and we need all the counties to be upstanding and take the recommendation and must be initiated as soon as possible so that the service delivery of the citizen must be adhered to. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want Senator Cheragay to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheragay, are you a member of the Health Committee?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank my sister, my elder sister, Senator Sheikh Omar, who is the Vice Chairperson of Health Committee, for ably moving. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you are very interested with this report because it touches on Meru also and Nanyuki. Mr. Speaker, I think you need to protect me from Senator Tabita and Senator Okia Omtata. Interestingly, Okia Omtata has dressed like there is a wedding today. I think you need to revise your speaker's rules because I think it's okay. It's approaching December, but he should wait until the weddings are many in Busia, Mr. Speaker. He's in a celebratory mood after what he said in the morning. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to move, I am impressed by the report, and I want to request the Committee on Health to visit Kericho, to visit Nandi, to visit Nakuru, to visit all counties virtually. Mr. Speaker, I've already insisted that if we want to know the functionality of devolution, is only one yardstick, the issue of health. If health is working, devolution is working. I remember when, I don't know whether Kericho County Referral Hospital has been open. How do you close an hospital? If you want to see the wonders of world, just visit Kericho County. And you will be shocked. How do you close an hospital in Kericho? Mr. Speaker, I have never had. It's like closing a police station. Even Nakuru Memorial Hospital, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm always surprised that the 7 wonder of wild beast migration is what is happening in the devolution sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, let us ensure devolution works. And I'm happy one of the committees that is defining this session of Parliament is Health Committee, Mr. Speaker. There are many challenges that is bedefiling this sector. Mr. Speaker, like when you look at Laikipia County, the issues, I think generally, I can just give an upshot, is the issue of a number of health workers across all. We have inadequate number. And Mr. Speaker, what shocks me is, for example, counties have gone beyond 35% that is recommended for the wage bill. In fact, like Muranga yesterday, Mr. Speaker, they asked 54%. Meru is above 35% that is provided by law. Nandi is approaching 60%. Kisii is approaching 60%. Nairobi is worse off. It's more than 35. Nairobi is going to the craziest numbers, Mr. Speaker. Yet when you go to hospital, you are being told there are no adequate staff to serve a critical sector. Like in Meru, like in Nanyuki, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another issue is overburden and, burnout, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that governors are hiring people who carry their seats to official functions? Or even toilets, VIP toilets. But they cannot hire nurses and doctors and gynecologists, Mr. Speaker, and pediatricians to assist our daughters, our people, Mr. Speaker. We went to Busia, and I was there, I was shocked. Busia County Referral Hospital. In fact, Busia should be declared a crime scene. Busia County Referral Hospital does not even, Mr. Speaker, let alone the small facility. Busia County Referral Hospital does not even have a functional ambulance. A county referral hospital. We have a problem. And I hope and I believe when the report on health will be tabled, we shall be able to discuss, Mr. Speaker. The next issue I wanted to point out is on the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, it's sad that there is critical state of disrepair. Window panes, broken tiles, dilapidated roofs, falling ceilings, and condemned structures. Mr. Speaker, it looks like when you visit hospitals in Nanyuki and Meru, you become more sick. That's very sad. Because that is the report I have read, Mr. Speaker. You become more sicker. In fact, that is when you work now, Mr. Speaker, you work to an hospital. You become more sick. Let us be honest, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when I visited Kapsabet County Referral Hospital recently, they cannot even wash bed sheets. Then how can they treat the patients, Mr. Speaker? What? They cannot even wash bed sheets, Mr. Speaker, even cleaning the hospital. The poor lighting. Before even you discuss, I went to the abolition block that belongs to the patients, Mr. Speaker. It is pathetic. Mr. Speaker, when you go there, I met some patients who are telling me in Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, let us go and die at home. I almost cried. And for a dry Kalenjin man to cry, Mr. Speaker, it's not easy, it's a curse. Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to point another several sections remain under-equipped with crucial projects such as mortuary, Mr. Speaker. You have had the County Referral Hospital of Meru. It has been, the mortuary is 60. It has 200 bodies, Mr. Speaker. Yani, you suffer while alive, and you also suffer in death, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate, even mortuary. These governors cannot buy the refrigerators to keep the bodies, Mr. Speaker. Even dignity in death is a problem in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Nandi, in fact, Meru County Referral Hospital is better, it has a mortuary. In Nandi, we don't have. We don't have a mortuary. The 100 million that was allocated by Governor Sang has disappeared to thin air. Maybe he wants to run for MP in Aldai. Mr. Speaker, and that is why there is waste disposal systems like syringes, use samples, Mr. Speaker, like blood and many others, Mr. Speaker. There is also ICU. I thought after the COVID, the counties learned something about ICU, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what shocks, and I want to take to the, as I second to the House now, can you believe Nanyuki allocates in financial year 2024-2025, the county allocated 1.03 billion to the health sector. But you have had the problems, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to demonstrate. One, in fact, the recurrent was 206 million and 822 million for development expenditure. In fact, in the financial year, they had spent only 33.7 million and 39.9 million on development. But they are condemned buildings. There is missing window panes. Mortuary is not functional. Mr. Speaker, the where incinerator where you destroy so that it is fair to the environment, like syringes, blood samples, and many others, Mr. Speaker, are not functional. You mean our counties have sunk this low, Mr. Speaker? Even to construct an incinerator where you just put bricks and put somewhere just a simple thing, Mr. Speaker? Is this how devolution has sunk, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, let me go to your county, the county I respect so much, the county of Jurinjeke, Mr. Speaker, the county of Katuri Murungi. In the financial year 2024-2025, the county and Mokoro, the county allocated 3.782 billion to the health sector, of which 2.983 billion is for recurrent expenditure and 798 million allocated for development expenditure. But you don't have a mortuary. Window panes are missing. You don't have an incinerator. I will demonstrate shortly. The only person who has seen billions in this room, Mr. Speaker, is only the Senator of Nakuru, Senator Tabitha Keroche. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and it is called girl power. Mr. Speaker, up to the second quarter, the county had spent 1.4 billion recurrent, and there is no drugs in Meru. What are they spending on? Mr. Speaker, and it is good you are sitting on that seat as we discuss your report. Mr. Speaker, 441 million on development. Even in Facilities Improvement Act, in the financial year 2024-2025, the county had collected 41.3 million, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the reason I'm using Senator of Nakuru that he has seen the billion, so that he can explain to us what billion means to the development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly point out two issues only in Laikipia. Then I conclude with your county, Meru, Mr. Speaker. Only on Nyahururu County Referral Hospitals, Mr. Speaker. The argument, and I've had this argument by counties, that Nyahururu County Referral Hospital is treating patients from Samburu, from Nyeri, from Nakuru, from Nyandarua, Mr. Speaker, which doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. Even a total of newborn dialysis machines, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, while the mortuary has 18 bodies, however, there were 61 bodies preserved at the mortuary in Nyahururu County Referral Hospital. 18 bodies, but they are keeping out 61, Mr. Speaker. It means the bodies are being stacked like a slices of bread, Mr. Speaker. So it's very unfortunate. The issue of overcrowding at Nyahururu County Referral Hospital is very unfortunate. The issue of pharmaceutical, Mr. Speaker, which are infrastructure and maintenance, in fact, it is very bad because the infrastructure is poor there. Mr. Speaker, you can see, I'm happy there are photos. I wish colleagues could have this report. You can see in photos, Mr. Speaker, the situation. Even this one that is a dental unit, I want to believe this is a dental unit. Mr. Speaker, it is dilapidated, the building itself. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, even waste management, the photo has been provided in this report. They cannot even manage the waste. What is it to the environment, Mr. Speaker? It is very unfortunate. Even in pharmacy, And I want to thank President, Mr. Speaker, because he has directed KEMSA to do last mile distribution of drugs. In Nanyuki Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker, the same issue. You now have tried to condense all issues. The issue of mortuary is an issue, critical care, stock supply, overcrowding, and pharmaceutical records is still a problem in Nanyuki, Mr. Speaker, County Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker, and it is very unfortunate, patient and dietary needs. Mr. Speaker, I'm told there, the food they give patients in Nanyuki County Referral Hospital cannot be given to a normal human being in Nanyuki. So, Speaker, you know when you are sick, you need like proteins, carbohydrates, maybe vegetables. But I'm told there, Mr. Speaker, they are giving out mostly to, we know that area has potatoes, but that is not the justification to feed potatoes and kiteri to the patients. Patients need to recover by eating very well. And you know they allocate, Mr. Speaker, this money. This money does not belong to governors. It belongs to the people of Kenya. So, Speaker, let me land now properly to your county, Meru County, and start with Timau. I'll just be making quick observation. In Timau, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure and human resource, in fact, insufficient and obsolete equipment. And you remember you have allocated more than 3 something billion Kenya shillings to the health sector. But when you go to Timau, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the photos, I'm happy the committee did provide photos. This place is deserted, and there are so many stalled and incomplete projects in Timau. The governor must up his game. So, Speaker, we know there were challenges at the beginning of county government, but that one is not justification for poor performance in terms of incomplete projects in Timau. In fact, the issue of land asset, that one, the asset register must be looked. The issue of waste, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know, this is a very simple thing. The incinerator, to manage the waste that comes from the hospital, like syringes, like other waste that are generated from Timau, Mr. Speaker. That is of particular concern. Mr. Speaker, let me go to Kibiricha Sub-County Hospital. There are similar issues in pharmaceutical and supply chains, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure and equipment. In fact, there are no theaters and laundry, Mr. Speaker. Even washing bed sheets in Kibiricha that has used in Sub-County Hospital is not being done, and unfunctional, raising concern. So, Speaker, I agree that the issue of human resources is a cross-cutting issue among this hospital. The issue of pharmacy and drugs is still a problem in Kibiricha, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of ambulance is only one that is functional in Kibiricha Sub-County Hospital. And you can imagine the population of Meru County is quite significant. So you have only one ambulance in Kibiricha which is operational, and the allegations we are getting is that apart from expired drugs, you must pay to use that ambulance. Just what we do in Nandi. In Nandi, if you have to use an ambulance in any facility, you must give out 1,000 for fuel, which I found it very unfortunate in this day and era, undermining Article 43 of the Constitution. Finally, Speaker, is to conclude with Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. The issue of mortuary is still a problem. Mental health services, inpatient and psychiatric, Mr. Speaker, and they are getting from Mandera. But, Mr. Speaker, this issue of mental health is very critical. It is very important. Mental health we must take. There is so depression. People are committing suicide, Mr. Speaker, as we even approach to elections. People who lose elections, they also need mental health care, Mr. Speaker. There is postpartum issues of mental health care, Mr. Speaker. I have seen one of our colleagues is almost getting mental problems over Malava, Mr. Speaker, elections. So this issue of mental should be taken seriously, Mr. Speaker. It's a serious issue. The depression is real. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm not allowed to name without substantive motion understanding Order 101. No, you know that the person I'm referring to. Mr. Speaker, the issue of ICU, issue of maternity. Mr. Speaker, God has commanded us in Genesis, just 1 minute so that I conclude. God has commanded us in Genesis that we must fill the earth. The people of Meru deserves better maternity services to ensure they continue to procreate for numbers and even for God ordained, Mr. Speaker. The issue of oncology and cancer center, those are issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by and large, this report has really give detail, and I hope colleagues, I would want to sit and listen As I second, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the committee for this wonderful report and thank the committee. As we go to New Year, please make sure you visit a number of facilities across, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, it is now my humble duty and honor to second this report on the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and network engagements in Laikipia and Meru counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate endorse the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight networking engagements in Laikipia and Meru counties, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 11th November 2025. So now I call upon Senators wishing to contribute. Let me start with this senior Linda Cheruiyot Taron, Kipkurui, so that you can go and do other duties of the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why with age comes wisdom.
Of course, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate you. Mr. Speaker, I must first begin by commending the Committee on Health. This is one of the most active committees of this House, and I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that consistently they bring reports to this House laying bare the true state of the nation and the true state of devolution as expected by our Constitution in Article 96, Mr. Speaker. We represent counties and their interest. Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate that the county governments continue to struggle. And indeed, Senator Cherargei is right when he exposes that the true measure of performance at county level is provision of health services. That if you want to know a county governor who is working, Mr. Speaker, you check on the state of health facilities in their county. And if you also want to know a thief of a county governor and the county government, Mr. Speaker, you see the operations. You will hear it. Because one of the most difficult things to hide, Mr. Speaker, is provision of health services because it is immediate. And when people walk into health facilities, they can tell whether that health facility is working or not working, Mr. Speaker. And I must appreciate this new way of working by our committees in the form of field studies. Because I see every week a particular committee is visiting a county. They are checking on ECD centers, the Committee on Education. You find the Committee on Trade. I saw another time they were checking on markets and things like that, much as many of the markets are actually being built by national government. It is my hope that between this December recess, we will manage to convince our colleagues in the National Assembly, as they pass the budget, to at least part of the portion of the, Affordable Housing Fund that is being used to develop markets, it should be part of what is being devolved to counties. I understand their concerns about the costing and all these things, the quality of the works that should be done. But I read the report and I have listened to I don't know if you listened, Senator Mungatana, to the leadership atop the Ministry of Lands and Housing. And one of the things they struggle with, they said it's, as a procuring entity, the nature of the contracts that they have to enter runs into the 100. I believe counties have capacity. We should allow them to do some of these things. We can agree and say these are the standardized costs beyond which a market shouldn't go beyond, like what Public Works used to do back in the day when things were working well before corruption took over the public sector. Because again, counties have shown us things, Senator Mtata. If you leave it free for all, you will see a two-story building and you are told it consumed 1.6 billion shillings. And the governor will proudly walk to open it. So we must set the checks and balances without denying counties the necessary support to perform functions which we know they are able to. Like procuring of markets is something that I am deeply convinced, and I say this in public, I say it in private. I have told my colleagues from the National Assembly, I have told Kimani Ichung'wah many times about this. I have said it even in meetings where the president is, that from our perspective as a Senate, in some of these nationally rolled out programs, Mr. Speaker, some of them are better run by county governments, so long as we set the necessary checks to ensure that the original dream and vision is not lost, particularly on issues to do with cost, with the standards, and the time frame which it takes to execute some of them. Some of the counties actually, Mr. Speaker, will shock you. They will execute it way faster than the national government. Part of the struggle the national government, by insisting on holding on to these funds, continues to face is that the supervisory element of those funds is very low. For example, the markets that President William Ruto launched in my own county of Kericho, none of them is beyond 30–40%. Here they were launched, I think, at the beginning of this year. I believe if those funds were being administered at the county level, Mr. Speaker, today that contractor will almost be finishing. And we need to send them as just conditional grants so that they are not diverted to do other things. It should be known, for example, that these are specifically for building markets in Taita Taveta. These are the number of markets that they need to build. We know this is a costing that has been done, and the counties procure competitive, so that you give even a chance for local entrepreneurs from Mololwe and Voi, Senator Maruma, to compete for those programs. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to divert from the original report. I was just speaking to the point that it is in the place of this House to speak for devolution and to make sure that we work to ensure that devolution succeeds in this country. Mr. Speaker, I make the case this afternoon, having read this report, that the Senate's Health Committee have actually overdone themselves. And I appreciate them, Mr. Speaker, that what began as an innocent venture out to counties, because I know how these field visits began. They said, let us just explore and learn, has given them a lot of insight on the operation of health facilities in our county, Mr. Speaker. And the sorry state that exists. You know, the unfortunate thing, colleague senators, is the fact that we should never lose sight of how it feels when to be an ordinary citizen. You know, as leaders, our life ordinarily is made very comfortable. You have a health cover. When you're unwell, takes care of you, takes care of your children. I don't remember the last time, for example, on account of at least good health, Mr. Speaker, that I struggled with a medical bill of my own immediate family. That ought to be the dream of the people that you represent, and not just us as leaders alone. And it ought to be the work that we strive each and every day, Senator Mungatana, to ensure that we achieve that, particularly for the rural folk that we represent, you and I, and the rest of us that come from parts of the country that you can easily refer to as the forgotten corners of a country. Mr. Speaker, this report speaks about two counties, the county of Laikipia and Meru. Yet, you could easily remove the name Laikipia and Meru, and it will be the story of every other, each of the 47 devolved units. Mortuaries that are not working, drug refill rates that are below 50%, Mr. Speaker, dilapidated facilities in those health centers. And that is a dream. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I continue to insist that if there is a report that I'm looking forward to, Senator Mungatana, is a report that C.S. Duale will table on the operations of SHA for the last 1 year. And when he was in this house, I think this is the 10th time, I don't think I've ever repeated a point like I am about to do this one on a particular topic like I'm doing on this one. That report must contain compensation to the public health facilities in all our counties and how much they have received in compensation for the last 1 year. So that I'm able to go back to my people and tell them, the more you register and visit and make use of your public health facilities, the more compensation they get. And when they are compensated, if you put that money to prudent use, Mr. Speaker, then you improve the status of that facility. Because many facilities, I gave the example one time of a time I visited the Kericho County Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And the medical superintendent told me, one of the things that they appreciate most about SHA is that on a monthly basis, they would have to write off bills ranging from 7 to 10 million shillings. That is citizens who have been treated. Then after they have recovered, when they are presented with the bill, they say, I don't have medical cover. I have no way of meeting this bill. The social worker detains them for a week. The second week, then they realize it is even expensive because when you keep them there, you have to feed them. It is more expensive than keeping them in hospital. They are just released and let go. But thanks to SHA, that bill had gone to as low as less than 1 million shillings. Because many of the patients that were coming at that time, and this is about 3 or 4 months after the launch of SHA, when I visited that hospital, were presenting their registration. And they were getting 50, 60, 70% of their bills being paid, particularly in health facilities, in public health facilities, Mr. Speaker. And that helped to stabilize things. Remember, secondly, and I say this to our colleagues, Senator Sifuna and the rest, who have a different view of this SHA, earlier, Mr. Speaker, that on account of compensation to public institutions, that is the genius of SHA and something that ought to be supported. Why? Because when you put resources into public institutions and ensure that they are put to prudent use, Mr. Speaker, then those facilities improve naturally. They are able to buy linen. They are able to restock the medicine supplies. They are able to pay their personnel. They can keep a clean health facility, Mr. Speaker. They can do capital projects if they build sufficient capital, Mr. Speaker. Things that they will never have dreamt about if that program hadn't been sufficiently run, Mr. Speaker. The second and most important thing about this that you're speaking about today, Mr. Speaker, is the drug refill rate. I have seen for Laikipia, they said in the 2 facilities they visited, one was at 40%, the other one was at, I think, 30, Mr. Speaker, which is rather unfortunate because it basically means after the diagnosis, the patients actually, Mr. Speaker, have to go to buy medicine from a chemist outside that health facility. And most of the time, that chemist is owned by the same medical personnel that work in those public institutions. I hope that somehow, because I know this is something that the President has spoken about, he did make a mention of it in the State of the Nation address, on the partnership between county governments and KEMSA, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have a higher refill rate in our public institutions, as such that because they are now guaranteed of payment, unlike the past case where there was no guarantee of payment by users of public health facilities, at least the numbers are better now, Mr. Speaker, and there are lesser people showing up to public health institutions without the ability to pay, then KEMSA can release those drugs and refill these institutions better. But it need not to be at the level 4s and 5s, Mr. Speaker, alone. Even at primary healthcare level, from level 1 to level 3, Mr. Speaker, that ought to be the operating standard, so that when a villager, when a person walks, Mr. Speaker, to a public health dispensary deep down in the village, and the doctor or the attending physician is able to diagnose them accurately and correctly and establish that which they are suffering from, they go back home with medication, Mr. Speaker, because that is a dream of a working public health care. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, if we resolve the issue of healthcare at the primary healthcare level, Mr. Speaker, we will make more savings in terms of the public resources that we spend under health, Mr. Speaker, because when you prevent, when you give treatment at the first sign of medical challenge, Mr. Speaker, then you save on cost, and that is something which we are all aware. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is a critical issue that is being mentioned in this report, that jointly in the county of Laikipia and Meru, the infrastructure actually was found to be in terrible state of disrepair, deficits, missing window panes, broken tiles, dilapidated roofs, falling ceiling, condemned structures. Like I have said, This can be Busia, it can be Kericho, it can be Taita Taveta, Tana River, Kisii. This is the story of our public health facilities in all the devolved units. And it's something that we must think about, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I keep on insisting that one thing SHA must do is a balance of compensation to public health institutions vis-a-vis the private ones. I know why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker. I am saying that because I know for a fact that under NHIF, part of the things that sank NHIF, Mr. Speaker, is that for double the cost, private institutions were getting their compensation in lieu of service 3, 4, 5 times faster than public institutions. If you went to a scan at Longisa and you're an NHIF registered member, Longisa will have to wait for close to a year before they are compensated, maybe for 8,000 shillings, and the facility next door, a small clinic belonging to well-connected individuals, first they will bill NHIF 16 or 30,000, and they'll be paid within a week or two, depending on how quickly they bring back a kickback to the head office here. That is something that technology has helped us to kick out, Mr. Speaker, because as it is, with the aid of AI and technology, those are not things that are possible anymore. Payment has been standardized across all hospitals, from public to private. What SHA covers for is publicly known. If it's dialysis, it's known to this amount. If it is healthcare provision, under the treatment, say, of cancer, you know the proposal that was made at the State of the Nation address, that from 1st of December it will be moved from 500,000, I think, to 800,000 per patient, something like that. I don't want to quote wrong figures, but it's in the State of the Nation speech. We can counter-check. That information is known. That is the only way, Mr. Speaker. And we must get our county governments to use that resource and put it to prudent use. While we are waiting for that report from SHA to be tabled in this House, members of Health Committee and Vice Chair, Madam Mariam, you are here, is because we want to see now, after money has gone to these facilities, and remember, we passed the FIF law, Facility Improvement Fee, and we ring-fenced that fund, that it can never be used for anything else. You know, previously, Senator Mangatana, if you didn't know, you'd find county assemblies, because they don't know where to source for medicine from, but they know where to buy dust and maram from, Mr. Speaker. They will take money from health facilities and go and pour it on and inflate the budget of the roads department, because they can easily procure maram, but they don't know where to buy syringes from and other things. And we made sure that in the FIF law, we ring-fence the resources that are raised and the compensation that go back to health facilities to be purely for running health institutions. So it will be important, once you receive that report from CS Duale when he lays it in this House, for you to check Hola Sub-County Hospital. How much compensation have they received the last number of years? What has it done? Previously, remember that same hospital used to survive on perhaps 20-30% of that budget only. What improvement has the governor made in that health institution since that compensation improved? That is what we must begin to question. That is what we must begin to find out from these institutions. Because many of our health facilities today, especially the public ones, are receiving over and above 50 to 70% of what they previously used to receive. As it is today, Mr. Speaker, we must see improvement. We cannot allow hospitals to remain as they are, as captured in this particular report, Mr. Speaker. We must be able to see governors now allow patients get clean linen, use clean toilets, staff compensated, and not have staff that are asking for bribe from patients' families because they say we have stayed for 2-3 months without pay. Those must now be things of the past. And it is my hope that our colleagues from the Health Committee, by the time we come back in February, those are the reports that you'll be telling us so that we can appreciate. So that I want to carry the excerpt of the page that will have Kericho County, Mr. Speaker, and the facilities there, so that now you physically go and inspect and ask, who is the committee first in charge of this dispensary? You have received 60, 70, 80,000 from SHA. Previously, there was no such funds that were coming in. How are you using it to improve this particular facility? So that this SHA and our public health infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, can be seen to work and improve in making things better. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just wish to remind all of us that this is not a Meru story. This is not a Laikipia story. This report by our colleagues is a story of public health in our devolved units. And it is something that we must speak about boldly. The absence of mortuary facilities, Mr. Speaker, that you hear, like, for example, in, I think, Laikipia, they said a mortuary that was meant for 16 people was housing 61 bodies. It's what Senator Cherargei cheekily calls that you suffer in life and even in death you continue suffering. That you are squeezed in life and squeezed in death as well. That cannot obtain as a situation in our public institutions, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I congratulate you, Senator Mariam Sheikh, and the leadership of the Health Committee and all the membership that continue to do this, because as a house, we must prioritize healthcare. It is the one thing that common families struggle with. Many families are just one sickness away from total poverty. Many families, Mr. Speaker, once a member of their family has become sick, they are forced to sell land and do other things that are unfortunate because of this state of affairs in public health institutions. It is my hope that as this committee continues to show the reality in these institutions, things will get better. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that I support and congratulations to the Health Committee. Let us have more of such.
Thank you, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Aaron Turiot. I now call upon Senator Mungatana Danson Buya.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a comment or two on this report by our Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Vice Chair, Honorable Mariam Sheikh, for very ably moving this report, and the Honorable Senator Cherargei for seconding this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with previous speakers on this floor that in fact what was witnessed by our Health Committee in Laikipia and Meru counties is the same story repeated in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem in terms of financing of our county hospitals. We have passed the law, and we have even said here in the fifth that we shall ring-fence financing for facilities. But Mr. Speaker, governors are struggling with this. A lot of governors are still not giving the facilities their freedoms to use the monies they raise within the same facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, as we speak on this matter, we want to encourage governors across the country that they must support what the law is saying. There is no justification in breaking the law, taking the money from the health facilities and taking it to the county revenue fund. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on a matter that has not been dealt on much in the previous speeches by my colleagues. Digital health records have become a serious requirement whenever a patient is being moved from one level to another level. Whenever a patient has an emergency, digital health records, Mr. Speaker, are critical. But this, again, has not been given the necessary support in many of our county governments. Of course, we know Some county governments have taken this matter very seriously, and they have actually gone out of their ways to make sure this sector works. I keep referring to the county of Muranga and the governor who is there, a former colleague in this house, who has gone out of his way as far as digitization of health records and his entire governance system. It is to be commended and to be followed. Mr. Speaker, the digital health records are critical. Why? Because when we have those records, then the patient, whenever they are being admitted to another level, or if it is an emergency, then quickly the personnel who are dealing with that patient are able to quickly deal with the issue that has brought that patient there, and they are able also to know what kind of a patient they are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, many counties are still not digitizing their records. Many counties are still, people are still being given a small book to carry. And I know this because in my county, this practice is still happening in local dispensaries, in local health centers. People are not, there's no digital information. So that when someone is having to be referred to another level, then, Mr. Speaker, there is a struggle. Again, Mr. Speaker, there was a challenge that was found in Laikipia and Meru counties about the effectiveness of the referral systems. The referral systems were not working, and those county hospitals that are supposed to be referral hospitals, they are being overburdened even by cases which are really not referral, which means, Mr. Speaker, a referral hospital in Meru County, a referral hospital in Laikipia County, they are being treated as if they are hospitals of first visit. And, Mr. Speaker, this practice must be discouraged, and it is because of the ineffective systems of referrals. This report has highlighted what is happening in Meru. It has highlighted what is happening in Laikipia County, but the story is the same for Tana River County. Again, Mr. Speaker, when people are being referred, the digital records are not there. There's no effective system of referring people, and patients, Mr. Speaker, are being asked to pay for the ambulatory services. Mr. Speaker, our patients from Tana River County, many of them, when they go to hold a referral, a hospital, they are being asked to go to Kilifi County Hospital for referral, and they are being asked to go to Garissa County for referral. And yet, both are referral hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, it has reached a point where our own patients from the county are being rejected in these other counties because they are asking, why are you coming to us and yet you have been given money like us? Mr. Speaker, what is happening now is that our patients, they have to tell lies that although my ID is saying that I'm from Tana River County, but in fact I live on the borderline between our county, between Kilifi County and Tana River County, or between Garissa County and Tana River County. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem in our county in Tana River, and this is a total failure by our governor. Mr. Speaker, our governor has failed to be responsive to all the issues that are being raised. Mr. Speaker, whether it is county health committee, a county assembly health committee, when they raise the issues, the governor is not responsive. The CEC for health is not responsive. The chief officer for health is not responsive. Whether it is ourselves as an office of the Senate, when we raise our issues on behalf of the people, again, there's no response. Whether it is the citizens themselves who are raising issues affecting health, there's no response. Mr. Speaker, a very sad incident happened very recently. On the 11th November 2025, Lulu Mohammed Hassan, a pregnant woman, was bitten by a snake, and he was rushed to Hola Hospital. And he's going there as an emergency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just an antivenom was required to stabilize that situation. How can a whole hospital, which is a referral hospital, fail to have an antivenom, Mr. Speaker? Protect me from the majority leader, Mr. Speaker. How can it be, Mr. Speaker, that a pregnant woman who is bitten by a snake goes to a hospital at 10 p.m. and there is no antivenom? And this is a county referral hospital. How can that happen, Mr. Speaker? Antivenom, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how is that? A county referral hospital lacking a basic antivenom to control a snake bite. People have raised these issues. We have raised these issues. The county assembly health committee has raised this issue, even visited the county referral hospital. And I thank our health committee chair for the county assembly, the Honorable Semi Dumba. They have done what they can. But there is no response from the governor, there is no response from the minister, no response from the chief officer. Mr. Speaker, Lali Mohammed passed away. 10 p.m., no antivenom, she passed away, and the baby in her stomach also passed away. Tana River County. On 11th November 2025. And Mr. Speaker, today we are just a few days towards the end of the month. To date, Mr. Speaker, there is no response from the governor. He has never visited that family to say, we are sorry. He has never bothered to go to the hospital to find out what is happening. This is a governor who has allocated, from the money we gave them from the Senate, he allocated 1.7, Mr. Speaker, 35 billion to the health sector in that county. 1.73 billion, and they cannot get an antivenom, Mr. Speaker. This is the situation that we find ourselves in. A governor who does not visit any hospital. A governor who does not talk at all about hospitals. A governor who doesn't bother with the people's health matters. This is the situation we have. Yet, they have allocated 1.73 billion from the money that we gave them from the Senate. But wonders of wonders, Mr. Speaker. 1.7 billion for health sector, 1.53 billion goes to recurrent expenditure. 1.53 billion goes to recurrent expenditures. So what they have remaining is just 196 for development, a mere paltry 196 million for development. But today, if you go to ask any person in Tana River, including the supporters of that governor, they will tell you there's nothing happening in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, it is worse than Laikipia County, which we are discussing today. It is worse than Meru County that we are discussing today. And I've asked the health committee through the vice chair to make a special visit to that county, because we have a problem with a non-caring governor who does not bother about. I think after he listens to my speeches when he will appear there to take a photo. But this is the situation that we have. Terrible situation. Mr. Speaker, when a life is lost, even one life, it is too expensive for the county and the country as a whole. But when, because of just an antivenom, a woman loses her health and the baby inside, and you say nothing, and you are supposed to be the chief executive officer of that county, How does that happen, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. I don't know. But you know, sometimes we say voters also sometimes also have to carry a burden for the decisions they make at voting. Because voters must also not just cry. They were there, they were voting, and they are voting a second-term governor who's doing nothing on the health sector for our for Tana River County. Mr. Speaker, we need to think about changing the whole approach to the health sector. I'm personally one of those people who really supports the idea that maybe all governors, and maybe extend to all of us, but governors in particular, who are supposed to be in charge of hospitals, there should be a law that says they must always be admitted in those public hospitals in their counties. And they must die there. If the other people are dying there, they must also die there, like other citizens there. Maybe we should think of a law that says they must be treated there. Their wives, their children must be treated in county facilities, because they need to test how it is to be in those public hospitals. They need to feel how our people are feeling. There are health records which you know, I've talked here about health records. I've said they must be digital, not pieces of paper that we see still happening in our county. So they must see what is happening there. They must feel what the people feel. Mr. Speaker, failing to bring drugs to the people, Mr. Speaker, failing to even give them, forget about antivenoms, even Panadols, Mr. Speaker, in our county hospital. It is a shame. Mr. Speaker, I served in the Ministry of Medical Health as an assistant minister many years ago when we worked with Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. Professor Anyang' Nyong'o came to serve in this Senate and later on became the governor of Kisumu. But Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, in July 2023, he was admitted to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Referral Hospital. And you know what? He carried a very serious and sensitive operation in that hospital, a hospital in his county. I wonder whether my governor, what is his name again? Godhana, whether he will be willing to be admitted in Hola Referral Hospital like Professor Anyang' Nyong'o and undergo an operation there. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to have a heart for our people. And this goes to all governors. Some of you are doing very well. Some of you are taking this job as a joke. You think it's just another political thing we do. Governors are not really seriously politicians. Governors are not supposed to be political. Even in your speech, when I come for a Madaraka Day holiday, I can talk the politics I want. I'm a senator. But you as a governor, tell us facts and figures. This is what our governor never does, Mr. Speaker. They will never tell you how much money has been allocated, how much has been used, how much has gone to where. I think also another distinguished former governor, Kivutha Kibwana, was admitted in his own county's hospital. Distinguished people like this. We should honor these people, not these fake governors who are not doing anything, Mr. Speaker. Particularly my governor. Mr. Speaker, when this woman died and the people were all over, making noise, demonstrating, doing what? The least that he could have done is to go and say, oh, Mama, I'm sorry. Family, I'm sorry. He has never appeared, Mr. Speaker. What we hear is that he traveled to Brazil. And one wonder, what are you doing in Brazil? To learn how to play football? Because there are no reports that we see that come from all these travels. Just expending money, spending money, and there's nothing that comes back to Tana River. Mr. Speaker,
we need to rethink about this whole health thing. We need to make sure that the governor, the minister in charge, the chief officer, whenever they are sick, whenever their babies are sick, whenever their wives are sick, they should be admitted to those hospitals in the county. And we should make it a criminal offense if they go to be treated outside the county. Because these people are killing our people. They are killing our people. You cannot tell me you allocate 1.7 billion and you can't buy an antivenom to save a life. Mr. Speaker, with all those remarks, I stand to support this report. I want to congratulate the Health Committee for the work they have done. And as I have said, I want them to come to Tana River so they can see what is happening in that place, especially the Hola Referral Hospital that is now becoming a joke because it's taking all its patients. When you go there, you are referred. You are going for referral, you are referred again. So it's like a referral hospital. I don't know what to call it, Mr. Speaker. We want to see governors doing their work. And some people think that we are doing this for politics. I have no interest in running for governor. But they should just do their work. Just do your work, for Christ's sake. And appear with the people and talk to the people. You have people who are governors and they're disappearing from the county. They don't appear in their offices. They don't go to their homes. They operate here in Nairobi and Mombasa. Shame on them. Mr. Speaker, let us do something for our people. With those many remarks, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. And as a ranking member of the House of Parliament, is a proposal that you have made as regards a possibility of a requirement to have all those sitting governors to be admitted and treated in hospitals within their jurisdictions. You know what to do. Why can't you bring it upon yourself a legislation that will guide? And I'm very sure with the very passionate submissions that you have made, you'll be able to convince us to deal with a law that will speak towards that so that we support our referral hospitals in our devolved units. And now I call upon Senator, yes, he's there, Senator Okoiti Omtata, to also give his contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the chance to contribute to this motion. I begin by congratulating the committee for having taken their time to go around the county and for having given us a report that largely exposes the failure of devolved healthcare. Mr. Speaker, hospitals are usually two institutions rolled into one. And this one, there's the catering services or the hotel services. Hospitals are hotels. There's a hotel component and there's a treatment component. And I would have loved the report to have segregated the two and then address them comprehensively so that you can isolate whether the main problem is on the medical side or on the hotel side of the institution. I say that deliberately because when they were unbundling functions and transferring them to counties, that question was not addressed. A hospital was looked at as simply an institution that did not have those very, very clear demarcations. And so, as much as it was possible to devolve the hotel sides county governments can run hotels, hotel services. My question is, was clinical medicine devolved? My other question that I would like the committee to do is maybe to do some studies around the world, and in a system like what we have, a polity like Kenya, what were the viabilities of devolving clinical medicine? I look at the case of a doctor who has spent maybe 8 or so years training, and they need exposure. They need further training. They need to go for sabbaticals. They need all these things to keep abreast with the fast evolving medical world. Being sent to a county, what are the career opportunities of this person for growth within the setting of a county? If it's in Busia, when will he learn to deal with the challenges that may be in Moyale, the diseases that may not be in Busia? And if it's in Moyale, maybe how will he be exposed or she be exposed to these other terrains? So the litany of failure that I'm seeing in this report is an invitation to this House to take a deep breath and ask ourselves, why is devolved health not working? Two, why are personnel in health, especially the doctors, very, very frustrated and not motivated? Then we should also go further and ask ourselves, why would a hospital like Busia Referral Hospital have a pharmacy that is not stocked, but right outside the hospital you have got about 5 private pharmacies that are stocked, that if you did further interrogation, you might find they could be linked to people who work in the referral hospital? We could also go back and ask ourselves, why did the government stop branding its stores, medical supplies, gloves, and what have you, to a point whereby you cannot distinguish government stores from private stores? So it is very easy to pick a glove from a hospital and go and sell it in a private pharmacy because it's not branded. Why did the government stop branding medicines and other consumables that are used in hospital facilities? Could this be responsible for some of the big shortages we see? Because you see invoices, delivery notes, and all that, but there's no medicine in the hospitals. But the private pharmacies outside there are clearly well stocked. So I keep on wondering, would the situation stay the same if government stores were branded to insulate public goods from being stolen? The other thing I've had people debate on this floor, and we have been unable to distinguish NHIF and universal health care. NHIF was never meant to provide universal health care. NHIF was an insurance package for civil servants initially, so that government could provide certain services beyond the basic medical care that everybody else was getting to the civil servants. It eventually grew and began taking up other people. And it was a membership thing. So to say here that SHA is providing universal health care, which NHIF had failed, is again another problem. Even the design of SHA is not for universal health care. The design of SHA is for paid up members. And SHA becomes just an enhancement of what NHIF later became when it was changed from the National Hospital Fund to the National Hospital Insurance Fund. So that only those who paid enjoyed the services. So if you want to get serious with the question of provision of health care, the national government must be involved right from the clinics. Let the county governments deal with primary health care. Let the county governments prevent people from falling sick. Let them keep people healthy. Let them spray mosquitoes. Let them run maternity hospitals, because maternity pregnancy is not a disease, it's just a condition. But where there is a need for intervention by a clinical officer, a trained medic, let that be the responsibility of the national government. Even if the hospitals, even if the county governments are going to retain the hotel part of the hospital, the clinical medicine part, the part that deals with treating people, the part that employs doctors, it's my submission, it should go back to the national government. Let us set up the National Health Commission that was promised in Naivasha to be established through legislation after the 2010 Constitution had been ratified at a referendum. 15 years down the line, the commission has not been set up. Doctors are being left at the mercy of small units called counties. Secondly, we cannot have every county setting up a referral hospitals with all the sophistication, all the expensive equipment, all the expensive personnel. Let us go back and embrace the national health referral system. And if I'm not wrong, in the 4th schedule to the Constitution, the national health referral facilities were left with the national government. They were never devolved. Policy and national health referral facilities, health policy and national health referral facilities were left with the national government. And I think if you look at sections, paragraphs 23 and 28 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution, they clearly show you that. Unfortunately, when the transition authority, whatever it was called, was transferring functions, it interpreted national health referral facilities to mean national hospitals. And so they unbundled things and took it down. Senator Mugatana has asked a very good question. Whether his governor could go down to his local hospital in Tana River, just as the good Professor Nyang' Nyong'o did with the hospital in Kisumu. What Senator Mugatana is not appreciating is that Kisumu already ran a provincial hospital under the national referral facilities, which it was given. Tana River did not get that facility. So already Kisumu was a center of excellence, even before devolution, serving a region. It had a level 5 hospitals, and I think it was at that level. But if you go back to some of these counties that hardly had a hospital, you may not be able to ask that question. When we come to the question of universal health care cannot be provided using private hospitals. Because what is happening in this country is that the private sector is marching forward. Private hospitals are all over, but their motive is profit. If I look at countries where we have got proper universal health care, beginning with Britain, I think from 1948, you go to Canada, most recently you go to Thailand, look at their model. The first ingredient is functioning public hospitals. The hospitals are well run, they are well equipped, there's proper personnel, the environment is good, and the state then provides Medicare at cost. It only pays the salary of the doctors and other workers. It buys medicine in bulk. The medicine is controlled, it cannot just leave the system. Even here we had it, we used to brand our medicines. You could get a GK tablet, you can't sell it on the open market. So, in the absence of functioning public hospitals, it's a mirage to talk of universal health care. NHIF was looted not by public hospitals, but by private hospitals. They're the ones who inflated bills, they're the ones who manufactured things, they're the ones who subjected patients to unnecessary medical procedures. And today, if you go to any hospital, any private hospital in this country, you are like, and you have got a good insurance cover like the one, Mr. Speaker, you enjoy, you are likely to be taken through a regime of tests and even be put on bed rest, even be detained for 2-3 days, so that they can bilk the insurance cover, so that they can siphon money out of it. And so, NHIF have similar designs running on private hospitals. And this is what we call, what neoliberalism has done. That's what structural adjustments did. That's what the IMF does. It reduces a government to a tax collector who provides no goods and services to the ordinary citizen. And so, Mr. Speaker, other than complaining about the sorry state of affairs in our hospitals across the country, maybe this House should bite the bullet and form a committee that can on board various expertise and even do world tours to check out on how universal health care is provided. And then, from those who are successful like Britain and Canada and Thailand, and I put in Thailand deliberately because it's a third world country with a very, very young universal health care policy that is working effectively, but that is it is funded by taxes. All you need to be is to be a resident of that country. If you happen to be not a proper resident, but you will be given emergency treatment if you are an undocumented alien. But here where you are going to have a scheme whereby we don't have functioning public hospitals and we are using premiums and there's an insurance scheme, it's just going to be looted. And we have seen the reports coming saying that there has been a lot of looting of that scheme. I'm not saying it's a good scheme or a bad scheme. I'm not giving a merit judgment on the Shah, and the social insurance fund, health insurance fund. I'm just stating that, good or bad, the money that is being raised from Kenyans is being stolen by private hospitals. And to stop that, we must fix our public health sector. We must get properly functioning clinics, dispensaries, level 3 hospitals, level 4 hospitals, level 5 hospitals, and the state must be involved. The national government must be involved because health is in the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights cannot be left, its enforcement cannot be left to one level of government. Under Article 6, the national government is supposed to provide its services on the ground. So let us see a situation whereby we relook at health. We set up the National Health Commission to deal with the human resource so that doctors can be taken care of, they can have chances to grow, they can be transferred from one county to another, centrally, just like teachers are transferred. And then let us go back and brand our medicine and government stores, other government stores and supplies, so that it is not possible to take a tablet or a glove or a syringe out of a hospital, a public hospital, into the open market. We have to do these small things, these small common sense things, so that we ring fence the public hospital, we put our doctors back, we equip these things and fund it directly with our taxes. The Abuja, Kenya is a signatory to the Abuja Treaty, which requires 15% of our budget to go to health. The last time I checked, we are doing way low, below 10%. If we were to put 15% of our budget into public health and do the necessary thing, and even including interpreting national health facilities, not to mean national hospitals, but also to mean a clinic in my village, so that the referral system can work. And by referral system, Mr. Speaker, sir, I mean that the centers of excellence like Kenyatta, the lower levels, level 5 hospitals, level 6, level 5, then level 4, then level 3, to the dispensary, to the clinics, are all intertwined and are sharing the limited resources, be it personnel, because some of these diseases require very high specialized training and are very rare, so that we are able to share these resources in a way that we do not invest too much in an area that we shall never utilize.
Give Senator Omtata 30 seconds to conclude on his stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that you look at Mathare as a center of excellence for mental health. It's a level 4 hospital. It's not a center of excellence, it's not the level of Kenyatta, but it's a center of excellence of mental health. In my own county, skin disease in Alupe, a level 4 hospital. Spinal injury here in Hurlingham, a level 4 hospital. So when we talk of national health referral facilities, we must interpret them to mean the network of all hospitals, clinics, dispensaries that could deliver health care at cost and that could ensure we can have universal health care. The idea that counties should take over hospitals and maybe run them like silos is one idea that is very expensive, it's going to fail, it has failed, and let this House bite the bullet. With those few remarks, I support the motion, and I pray that the committee considers the amendment, the proposals I've made, so that the report can be enriched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator Omtata. Senator Okenyuri, Esther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support the motion that was moved by the Vice Chair of the Senate Health Committee, Senator Mariam Omar. Mariam continues to distinguish herself in the roles assigned to her, and I'm very proud of what she's doing as a previous member of the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment that what we are seeing in Laikipia and Meru counties from what the health committee oversight shows is a replica of what most county governments are undergoing. Mr. Speaker, the essence of devolution was to bring services closer to the people. So I want to believe, in as much as we have the shortfalls we are seeing, this is a call to action that we actually need to put our heads together and ensure that health is working for the people at the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker. When I actually look at the observations in, let's look at Laikipia County, Mr. Speaker. In Laikipia County, the county has Nyahururu Hospital has a capacity of 18 in the mortuary, but on the day the visit was conducted, Mr. Speaker, they had more than 61 bodies. What does that show you, Mr. Speaker? Counties need to prioritize allocation of resources to such areas so that we can decongest even the mortuaries. Mr. Speaker, when someone is dead, we need to give them their dignity even in death. Congesting bodies in mortuaries in that manner denies the bodies their dignity, even in their last resort, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the same facility, we have newborn children who are being put in boxes, Mr. Speaker, for lack of cots. Senators who visited Laikipia County gave narration and accounts of having seen newborn babies being put in boxes. Mothers who are pregnant sharing beds, Mr. Speaker. This might not be seen as critical because maybe some of those are not women, Mr. Speaker. But if they are not your wives, they are your sisters, they are your mothers, Mr. Speaker, and they need the dignity they deserve even when they are bringing life on earth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, previously, as a member of that committee, we conducted most of these site visits. And it's evident even the staff in those facilities are not motivated, Mr. Speaker. So apart from county governments preferring that most of their budget is going to recurrent expenditure, we are still seeing that the staff in those facilities are not motivated to undertake their roles. And what we see, some might not even rush to handle emergency cases, and we end up losing lives. Mr. Speaker, the issue of doing physical and manual recording, Mr. Speaker, we need to shift from that because you need to keep previous patient history, Mr. Speaker. So you visit a facility and when you ask a nurse, how many mothers do you receive on a daily basis for delivery? She or he will quickly mention and say 5, but they have no records to show the same, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the issues we need to compel counties that specific funds are used for specific functions, Mr. Speaker, because what happens, the moment they allocate funds and when they are working towards the supplementary budget, they quickly reallocate that money to other functions which were never intended for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of emphasis is now being put to the teaching and referral hospitals, and we are forgetting the level 3 and dispensaries, which are at the lowest level, Mr. Speaker, where a patient should get first support before they are actually transferred to a teaching and referral hospital, Mr. Speaker. So the observations and recommendations here, Mr. Speaker, should not just end in Senate. We actually need, I don't know if it's the health committee, which again needs to now fast track and follow up implementation of these recommendations so that we don't debate this report and it ends here, Mr. Speaker, because you see, the visit was conducted in June. We are debating this report in November, almost December. By the time we follow up implementation, it's another election cycle is up, and members will be following other issues, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you actually look at most of these issues that have been raised by the committee, look at the issue of having expired drugs still being dispensed in those hospitals, Mr. Speaker. KEMSA needs to crack the whip or even conduct audits Because when you say we have shortage of medicine and still on the other hand, we have expired medicine which is being dispensed to patients, that actually calls for serious attention, Mr. Speaker. We need to look at how disposal is happening. When you look at the report even shows photographs of how medical equipment and medicine is being disposed just outside in an open air, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious threat to the existing community, Mr. Speaker. And this is not just in Laikipia. So many other facilities in other counties are doing the same. So the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, I think, needs to swing into action and look at what is happening in the different counties so that we curb these environmental risks before our people are attacked out there and those in hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other critical issue that has been observed is we have a shortage of ICU, Mr. Speaker. When we have very few of these and poorly equipped, Mr. Speaker, we will end up losing patients in hospital. Mr. Speaker, it's a very bad image. You get home, going to hospital expecting to be handled, and then in hospital, the ICU is not functional, so they'll not be able to admit you, Mr. Speaker. It paints a very sad picture, which calls for our efforts in actually pushing the county government to prioritizing such critical areas. The county assemblies, through the County Assemblies Forum, need to push the County Public Service Board to prioritize even promotions for their staff, so that we have staff who are motivated and ready to handle patients anytime patients are admitted, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the report by the Health Committee gives a general image of what the status of devolution in terms of healthcare is, and is also challenging us to put a lot of emphasis, because I do not want to share the views of those who completely are disagreeing with devolution working. We just need to support and ensure we are cutting down on corruption and be more accountable and administrative, so that governors on their hand are ensuring that they are offering the governance that is required, and they're cutting down on shortages. The Council of Governors, on the other hand, needs to ensure that the laws that support facility improvement funds are actually adhered to, so that money that is, or revenue that is generated in those facilities is used for its intended functions and not directed to other functions, Mr. Speaker. So with those remarks, I wish to support that motion and encourage the Health Committee to tour very many other counties and expose the rot, because this will help in adjusting. You know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes there are quick gains you get by the committee visiting those areas. I saw sometimes back, when you visit a dispensary, maybe there are no curtains, but when they know that the committee is visiting, you'll find that the next day those curtains have been fixed. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't need the facilities and county government to wait for the Senate Health Committee for them to act. This is very basic, and they need to put their heads together in solving health, which is the most critical issue we are looking at as legislators representing ordinary people in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Maruma Jones.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia hii ripoti ya kamati ya afya ya Seneti kuhusu hali ya afya Laikipia ama gatuzi la Laikipia na Meru. Mheshimiwa Spika, niwape kongole kamati inayoendeshwa na Senator Mandago na naibu wake Senator Mariam kwa hii kazi ambayo wamefanya nzuri sana ya kutembelea magatuzi yetu na kufanya kazi yao ya uangalizi. Mheshimiwa Spika, niseme ya kwamba hii kazi wamefanya ni nzuri, na walikuwa na fursa pia ya kuja mpaka gatuzi letu la Taita Taveta na tunangojea pia walete ripoti ya kwa yale ambayo waliona kule katika gatuzi la Taita Taveta. Lakini ile taswira ambayo wameichapisha hapa kwa gatuzi la Laikipia na gatuzi la Meru ni taswira ya hali halisi ya afya katika magatuzi yote ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kazi ya uangalizi ya Senate ni vyema tuseme ya kwamba haifanyiki na seneta binafsi, na koti za Kenya zimekwisha ongea kuhusu hiyo tayari. Manake mara kwa mara kama maseneta wanalaumiwa wakati hakuna madawa na hali ya afya ama huduma za afya nzuri katika mahospitali, lakini koti tayari zimesema kwamba uangalizi ama oversight ya majukumu katika magatuzi haifanywi na maseneta binafsi, bali yanafanywa na taasisi ya Senate kupitia kamati za bunge. Na niseme kwamba ule uangalizi wa kimsingi ama primary oversight inafanywa na mabunge ya county, kwa sababu kama ni afya, idara ya afya inafanyiwa uangalizi na kamati ya afya ya bunge ya magatuzi. Nafikiri ni vyema ieleweke hivyo, kwa sababu mara kwa mara tunalaumiwa kama maseneti ya maseneta ya kwamba hatufanyi uangalizi katika zile huduma moja kwa moja za afya. Kwa hivyo taswira ambayo imechapishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hii kamati yetu, kwa mfano katika hali ya waajiriwa ama wafanyikazi wauguzi, hii ripoti imesema kwamba wauguzi hawatoshi. Taswira kama hii ndio taswira ambayo iko katika magatuzi mengi ikiwemo Taita Taveta, na wale wahudumu wa afya wanajipata wamechoka, wanajipata kwamba wanafanya kazi masaa mengi bila kupata pesa zaidi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhudumiwa na mhudumu ambaye amechoka, wakati mwingine kuna uwezekano wa kufanya makosa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini saa zingine pia tunalaumu magavana na mawaziri wao, kwa sababu wameajiri watu katika nafasi za kazi ambazo si za muhimu, na wakaacha kuajiri wahudumu wa afya ambao ndio muhimu zaidi katika magatuzi. Kwa mfano, unaweza pata madereva wameajiriwa katika county, unapata madereva 5 wako na gari moja. Kwa hivyo ni lazima pia wakati wa uajiri magavana waangalie ili kuajiri watu katika huduma ambazo ni za muhimu kama huduma ya afya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya kutolipwa malimbikizi ya pesa ama area zao, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapata ya kwamba wafanyi kazi wanakuwa na morali kidogo ya kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka uliopita tulileta kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta kwa sababu wahudumu walikuwa wameenda kwa mgomo, na lile jambo walikuwa nalilia kwa ule mgomo ni kwamba hawajalipwa mishahara yao na hawajalipwa malimbikizi ya pesa yao ya mishahara. Kwa mfano ile pesa imekatwa kwenda kulipa mikopo ama share zao za kwenda kwa cooperatives, na wakafanya mgomo. Walipokuja hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, yule gavana akasema kwamba wamefanya mpango madhubuti wa kulipa ile pesa. Mheshimiwa Spika, la kushangaza ni kwamba hadi leo bado wale wafanyikazi wauguzi hawajalipwa zile pesa na mwaka umeisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi ninavyoongea kule Taita Taveta wauguzi wanafanya mkutano kwa sababu wanataka kwenda kwa mgomo tena kwa sababu ya kutolipwa kwao kwa malimbikizi ya pesa. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la kutamausha, kwa sababu wakati wauguzi wanapolalamikia mishahara yao na magavana na county haziangalii hayo masuala yao, basi shughuli za afya zinaendelea kudorora. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia hii ripoti wamesema kwamba majengo ya hospitali yako katika hali mbaya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka wakati hii kamati ilikuja katika gatuzi la Taita Taveta, tulienda katika hospitali moja inaitwa Tausa Health Center, na tukapata ya kwamba yale majengo ya Tausa Health Center yamelaaniwa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, na idara ya Public Works ya ile county walisema kwamba haya majengo yalaaniwe yasitumike. Idara ya afya wenyewe Public Health walisema kwamba haya majengo yasitumike. La kushangaza ni kwamba hadi leo bado yale majengo yanatumika, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa ile taswira ambayo imewekwa hapa katika hizo hospitali mbili ni taswira ambayo pia kule Taita Taveta tumeona kwamba iko pale pia. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tumeona ya kwamba pia hizo hospitali mbili hazikuwa na ICU ama viumba, Mheshimiwa Speaker, vitanda vya wagonjwa mahututi, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Ninapoongea pia kule taswira ni hiyo hiyo, picha ni hiyo hiyo kule Taita Taveta, ya kwamba gatuzi lote ama kaunti yote ya Taita Taveta hakuna kitanda hata kimoja cha wagonjwa mahututi, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mwaka wa 2020 wakati tulikuwa na ugonjwa wa corona, Mheshimiwa Speaker, counties zilipatiwa pesa ya kuhakikisha kwamba vitanda vya wagonjwa mahututi vimenunuliwa katika kila gatuzi. Tulipoteza hiyo fursa nzuri ya kununua, Mheshimiwa Speaker, na wakati unapopata ugonjwa ambao unahitaji matibabu ya dharura katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta, Mheshimiwa Speaker, basi lazima ukimbizwe Mombasa, labda kule Makadara hospitalini, ama upelekwe Kwale ama Kilifi. Na tuseme kwamba zile gatuzi ama yale magatuzi ambayo tunakimbilia sisi kama watu wa Taita Taveta walinunua vitanda vya ICU wakitumia pesa hizi za ugatuzi, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa hivyo ni kusema kwamba lazima lile gatuzi lifanye bidii ili wakati tunapopata wagonjwa mahututi, Mheshimiwa Speaker, wapate kutibiwa ama kutibiwa ili wasipoteze maisha yao, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hii ripoti pia imesema kwamba hospitali kama Nyahururu County Referral, Nanyuki Teaching and Referral Hospital, katika zile mortuary, Mheshimiwa Speaker, unapata ya kwamba not katika mortuary but vyumba vya kujifungulia kina mama, ni kwamba kina mama wako wengi sana kushinda ile wale ambao wanahitajika kule, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Na nafikiri hiyo ndio inaleta pia matatizo wakati wa kujifungua, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Unapata ya kwamba wakati watu wamekuja kujifungua, kina mama wanakuwa wengi sana, na kitu cha kujifungua, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ama jambo la kujifungua kina mama ni jambo ambalo linaweza kupotezea mama maisha, ama pia mtoto, ama wote wawili wapoteze maisha. Kwa kimombo tunaita maternal health, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kaunti nyingi Kenya nzima ikiwemo Taita Taveta, kina mama wakienda kujifungua wanapata vile vifo, na haitakikani miaka 60 baada ya kupata uhuru, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kina mama wapoteze maisha ama watoto wapoteze maisha wakati wa kujifungua. Kwa hivyo mambo kama haya ya kufanya kina mama wawe wengi sana na vitanda, kina mama wawili ama watatu wanalala kwa kitanda kimoja wakati wamekuja kujifungua, ni jambo ambalo linahuzunisha mno, na ni vizuri tuangalie mahali kina mama wanaenda kujifungulia. Kwa hivyo hizo hospitali mbili wakati wanapopata hizi ripoti, ni vyema basi watengeneze maeneo ambayo kina mama watakuwa sawa kujifungulia ili kulinda maisha ya mama na watoto, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kuna zile zinaitwa incubators, Mheshimiwa Speaker, za kuweka watoto ambao wamezaliwa. Wanasema kwamba katika hizo hospitali mbili ya Nyahururu na ya Nanyuki kwamba hazifanyi kazi, zile incubator hazifanyi kazi, Mheshimiwa Speaker, na ni kuonyesha kwamba hospitali zetu hazijakuwa tayari ili kusaidia kina mama wanaojifungua. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nakumbuka wakati hii kamati ilikuja na Senator Mariam kule Taita Taveta, tuliambiwa kwamba hata vile watu wanavyojitayarisha kupokea wagonjwa ama ni kina mama ambao wako tayari kujifungua kutokana na hospitali ama kutoka zile hospitali ndogo ndogo, kujitayarisha kwao ni kwa shida sana. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa kisa kimoja ambacho mama alikuwa tayari kujifungua katika Tausa Health Center, na wakati mtoto alikuwa anakuja vile visivyo na alikuwa anahitaji huduma za dharura, walipiga simu kule Moi Hospital, lakini ilingojea masaa matatu bila ile ambulance kufika, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ilibidi sasa yule nurse afanye maombi na yule mtoto bahati nzuri tu akatoka. Vifo vya kina mama wanaojifungua vinatokana na mambo ambayo si ya kufanya kazi ama kuchukulia mambo ambayo ni kama haya serious, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema kwamba mambo ya kina mama wanaojifungua yachukuliwe kwa uzito na watu wajitayarishe ili kupokea viumbe vya Mungu ambavyo vinaletwa kupitia kwa kina mama ambao wanaenda kujifungua, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tumeambiwa kwamba hapa katika hizi hospitali ambazo zimeangaziwa katika hizi county, kuna Timau Sub County Hospital, kuna ukosefu wa x-ray, Mheshimiwa Spika, na theater pia hakuna, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mahali pa kungojea wagonjwa kungojea ili kutibiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, pameharibika na hapajatengenezwa vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na nafikiri ni hospitali nyingi sana ambazo ziko na mambo kama haya. Kwa hivyo wanapopata hii report, ni vizuri zile hospitali basi zifanye marekebisho ili wagonjwa wapate nafasi nzuri za kungojea kutibiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tumeona kabisa kwamba swala la madawa katika hospitali za Laikipia County wako na dawa nyingi sana ambazo zimeharibika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kushangaza kwa sababu kama wagonjwa wanakosa madawa hospitalini, itakuwa kuaje kwamba madawa yanawekwa badala ya kupatiwa wagonjwa na yanaharibika yakiwa katika hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nafikiri lile wazo la Rais Ruto ya kwamba KEMSA ipate kusambaza madawa mpaka kwa mahospitali ama dispensary ni jambo la kufikiriwa vizuri ili madawa yapate kupelekwa katika mpaka last mile, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu nafikiri hii kuweka madawa katika store na yanaharibika bila kusambazwa ni katika ule mpango wa kufanya bidii kuyaiba, Mheshimiwa Spika. Otherwise sielewi ni kwa nini madawa yamekuja, yalikuwa yanahitajika, yamenunuliwa kutoka KEMSA ama Meds na hayajapelekwa mpaka kwa madispensary mpaka ule wakati ambao yanaharibika. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hii report pia tumeambiwa kwamba vyumba vya kuweka marehemu, kwa mfano Nyahururu Hospital, vimejaa na vimelimbikiziwa maiti. Kwa mfano Nyahururu Hospital kuna chumba ambacho kinatakana kuweka mili 18 peke yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini unapata kwamba mili ambayo imewekwa katika kile chumba cha kuwekea maiti kiko na mili zaidi ya 60, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na nilicheka wakati Mheshimiwa Cherargei alikuwa anasema kwamba watu wanapata maisha au wanapata shida wakiwa naishi, wakiwa wagonjwa wanapata shida, na pia wakiwa wamekufa wanapata shida zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni kwa sababu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujajenga mahospitali ya kutosha ambayo yana viumba vya marehemu ama mortuaries, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nafikiri tukiangalia labda Nyahururu hii ni hospitali kubwa na labda ndio yenyewe peke yake iko na chumba cha maiti ama mortuaries. Sasa kuna hospitali nyingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo karibu. Ni vyema pia katika zile hospitali ndogo ndogo kujengwe vyumba vya kuhifadhi maiti ili kupunguza huu msongamano wa maiti katika hizi hospitali. Nafikiri katika yale maeneo ya mbali na hizi hospitali, zile hospitali ziko pale dispensaries na health centers hazina vyumba vya kuhifadhi maiti, ndio maana watu wote wanaokufa wanalimbikizwa katika hizi hospitali kubwa. Kwa hivyo kusaidia hali kama hii, ni vyema basi zile hospitali na dispensaries ambazo ziko mbali zitengenezwe mahali pa kuhifadhi maiti, ili wakati wagonjwa wanapokufa nyumbani ama kwa zile hospitali ndogo ndogo, Mheshimiwa Spika, wapate hifadhi huko ili kudecongest ama kutoa pressure kule kwa hiyo hospitali kubwa kubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba hata hizi hospitali zingine kama Timau Kibiritia pia hazina x-ray, na haya mambo ambayo tunayaona hapa pia kule Taita Taveta, hata hospitali ambayo tunaita ya Moi ambayo ni hospitali ya rufaa, Mheshimiwa Spika, haina hii x-ray, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukiangalia ile hospitali pale iliko ni katika barabara kuu ya kutoka Mombasa kwenda Nairobi, na mtu yeyote ambaye anasafiri kutumia gari kutoka Mombasa mpaka Nairobi anaweza kupata ajali, na hifadhi ama kupata matibabu ya dharura ni kupitia kwa ile hospitali ya Moi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama haina mtambo wa x-ray ambao unafanya kazi, kama haina ICU, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema ya kwamba mtu yote ambaye atapata ama atahitaji matibabu ya dharura kutoka kwa ile hospitali anaweza kupoteza maisha, na haitakani tupoteze maisha kwa sababu ya kitu ambacho kingeweza kusaidika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wamejadili hapa mambo ya kufanya labda tume ya kuangalia wafanyikazi wa afya ama National Health Commission. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi singeunga mkono jambo kama hilo kwa sababu ni la kuturudisha nyuma kiugatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu ambao kama sisi tulipigania ugatuzi mwaka wa 2005, nakumbuka nilikuwa nafanya kazi kabisa nikiwa mwanaharakati, tulisema ya kwamba ni vizuri hali ya afya ama afya igatuliwe kwa sababu kuweka afya katika serikali ya kitaifa ilikuwa inatusumbua, manake wale madaktari wanafanya kazi katika vijiji vyetu, mahospitali zetu, walikuwa hawawezi kuelekezwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa leo hii daktari anaajiriwa na county, lakini usimamizi wake anasimamiwa na commission ama tume ambayo ni ya kitaifa. Haitakuwa vizuri. Nakumbuka wakati Mheshimiwa Sakaja tulikuwa naye hapa, alijaribu kuleta mswada wa kuunganisha Public Service Board zote za Kenya ili kuwe na mmoja ama umbrella ama mwavuli mmoja wa kuajiri watu, ili kama daktari anataka kutoka Bomet kwenda Nairobi, hiyo mwavuli wa tume bodi za kuajiri watu anaweza kutoka hapo Bomet aende Nairobi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwamba kunaweza kuwa na transfer za madaktari, kunaweza kuwa na transfer za wafanyikazi wa serikali vile inavyotokea kwa Public Service Commission. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi taka chochote ambacho kitaregesha sisi kwa central government, kwa sababu magatuzi ndogo ndogo kama Taita Taveta ambao walikuwa wapati huduma waliachwa nyuma kimaendeleo kwa sababu ya kura chache, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa tunapata huduma kupitia kwa ugatuzi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo jambo la kusema tu ni kwamba kama Senate ni vyema, Mheshimiwa Spika, tupiganie rasilimali nyingi zaidi ziende kwa magatuzi. Sisi ambao ni wa ODM tulikuwa na mkataba na UDA na tukasema kwamba ni vyema pesa ambazo zinaenda katika magatuzi ziwe zaidi ya bilioni 450, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tutakapopata pesa nyingi zaidi za kwenda kwa magatuzi, basi lazima hali ya afya pia itaboreka zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tusipopeleka pesa nyingi zaidi, basi hali ya afya itaendelea kudorora. Lakini la muhimu ni kwamba ile pesa ambayo inaenda kidogo, pia kuna kaunti ambazo zimeitumia vizuri, na tunatoa mfano mzuri wa Murang'a, tunatoa mfano mzuri ambao wa Makueni ambao wamefanya hali ya afya ikaboreka vizuri kabisa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kaunti kama Makueni tulikuwa tunaongea na gavana wake alipokuja huku bunge, na akasema walikuwa wameenda miezi 8 bila mama kupoteza maisha wakati wa kwenda kujifungua, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya kitu inaitwa telemedicine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi sema ya kwamba ni kaunti zote ambazo hali ya afya imedorora. Ni kuangalia tu priorities, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili tuwekeze pesa nyingi zaidi katika afya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sijapata fursa kwa sababu ya muda mchache kuongelea mambo ya budget ambazo zinaenda katika county kwa mambo ya afya, lakini tutakapoweka pesa nyingi zaidi kwa afya, basi ile expenditure pia ifuatiliwe. Yaani utumizi wa pesa katika zile bajeti za afya itumike vile vile kulingana Mheshimiwa Spika na bajeti, kwa sababu kufanya bajeti ni jambo moja na kutekeleza ile bajeti kuhakikisha kwamba.
Senator Maruma, your time is up. Give him under 1 minute. Give him 1 minute to conclude on his remarks. You have the mic, proceed.
Ya kwamba kufanya bajeti ni jambo moja, lakini kutekeleza ile bajeti kulingana na vile ile inavyofanywa ni jambo tofauti kabisa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunataka kitu kimoja kifanyike katika magatuzi, na lile jukumu ambalo ni la muhimu zaidi katika gatuzi ni ugatuzi wa afya. Magavana wazingatie afya, kwa sababu hata kama watu wetu hawana elimu lakini wamepata hali nzuri ya afya, basi wanaweza kujifanyia kazi zao na kupata kipato. Hata kama barabara ni mbaya, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kama kuna mbegu za kilimo, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini kuna hali ya afya nzuri, basi hawa watu wanaweza kufanya kazi zao wenyewe ili kujikimu kimaisha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo haya mambo ya afya ni ya muhimu zaidi, na ndio maana juzi nikaleta mswada wa kuhakikisha kwamba zile regions zote zimepata teaching and referral hospitals, Mheshimiwa Spika, na nashukuru kwa sababu niliungwa mkono na huo mswada ulipita. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
I'll call upon Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to start by appreciating my colleagues in the Health Committee, whereby we've really embarked on an oversight journey. For the period I joined the Health Committee, and we've been in different counties. As much as today we are looking at the report of Meru and Laikipia, but we've really traversed different counties looking at matters held. Mr. Speaker, I really want to appreciate my committees. You look at our report, Mr. Speaker, we really advanced our report. You can see it has photos evidently showing what we were able to witness and what our naked eyes were able to see, Mr. Speaker. And allow me to just pick it up from where Senator Maruma just left it, Mr. Speaker, on matters finance, Mr. Speaker. And you know, as the Vice Chair, Finance and Budget, I've been very much with my committee. I've been on the forefront, Mr. Speaker, championing for more funds for the counties, and I want to thank this House because this financial year, we all agreed after a mediation process and gave counties 415 billion, Mr. Speaker. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, then we go to the ground and be able to see what counties are doing. Mr. Speaker, I need to note that in that budget, 30% is for health in all the counties. This money is not even enough to begin with. But as much as they have the 30, Mr. Speaker, we still find a lot of challenges in the counties. I want also to mention that the new doctor in the House, because we have a new doctor in the House, none other than Senator Dr. Mungatana, who talked about that these governors now, it's the high time they start also visiting these hospitals for services as well. And I agree with him very much, Mr. Speaker, because at times the reports that we give to some of the governors, not all, some of them seem to be very surprised on the reports that we are giving them, like they've not been even to the ground to get to understand what is really happening. Even happened including the CECs, some of them for health. And these are people in that particular profession who should be better placed in terms of experience, in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, to be able to advise the governors correctly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many issues have been spoken. Let me narrow to a few. When I finished my high school, I really wanted to work in the medical space. And I think that's where my passion for interacting with people, helping people here and there came from. And I practiced pharmacy. And Mr. Speaker, when we've visited hospitals, my place of passion so much and concentration, Mr. Speaker, has been none other than the pharmacies. And it is sad, Mr. Speaker, whereby when we are doing oversight in these pharmacies, licensing is an issue. Some of them do not even know, where these documents should be coming from. At the same time, the issue of stockouts, Mr. Speaker, that has been spoken out. The issue of expired drugs. You wonder why would you receive stocks that are almost to expiry, and then this will be definitely a dead stock. Mr. Speaker, this is, wastage completely. And at times you find that the suppliers force them to receive these stocks, yet the expiry duration is at a very minimal, it's very minimal rather. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, whereby there are issues of conflict of interest. The same staff who are employed in these counties are also running pharmacies just adjacent to the hospital there. And at times, patients have to be sent to buy specific drugs in these particular specific stores, Mr. Speaker, which disadvantages them because the cost of that particular drug, definitely, it's at a higher price compared to the GOK price, Mr. Speaker, which has really disadvantaged a lot of patients. When we walk to hospitals, Mr. Speaker, the first thing is to talk to the patients, get to ask them, have you been given services on time? What are the issues that you're experiencing? Because as representatives of the people, it is our role and mandate to get to engage with the people on the ground, get to ask them the concerns. And this goes very well because some of them are able to voice out. Some will tell you, like a case we found in one of the counties, some will be able to say, you know what, I've been here for the last 3 days because the scanning machine is not working. And when you dig down and get to understand, why is this machine not working? Apparently, sometimes the management is not even aware. They don't know, like, the machine's stalled. And the patients are here, they've been in and out, and nothing, consultants cannot be able to progress without the scan report. And it's when up and down the technical people will be moving up and down trying to sort these kind of things, which should have been sorted. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed further, the question is, where is the problem? We have given monies to the counties, Mr. Speaker. They have professional employees, Mr. Speaker, on the ground. Why are we still having this quagmire that we're speaking of today? Because there's no really county that we can give more than 60%. Most of them are below when it comes to matters health. As much as they've really tried, but a lot is so much expected because everything should be about health, Mr. Speaker. You could be good in any other thing, but when your health sector is not working, definitely it will have problems. Issues of stockouts, of reagents, Mr. Speaker, in the laboratories, you know, the challenges of even this staff not being able to have the protective gears that they are supposed to have in order to be able to undertake their roles and mandate very well. Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, having had a touch of the medical background, I realize that most professionals in the medical space are not used to oversight. And actually oversight from politicians. The first thing is like, what do you know for you to be able to ask me A, B, C, and D? Until we tell them, we are not here for war. We are here to get to understand what are your problems so that we can be able to support you with reality and with facts. For you to be able to say you do not have enough money, even the little that you have, why have you not been able to do improvements? Because we want to support counties. We want to support the health sector that is currently devolved. And so I would want to urge doctors in that profession, anybody in that medical space, in the hospitals, to embrace leaders when they come for oversight, and especially Senate, because we are the oversighters of the counties. And our main goal is to try and help the counties be able to have better services to the people. That can only be done when we are able to identify what is the problem, what is the challenge, Mr. Speaker. We've identified a county like Makueni, Mr. Speaker, where there is a shortage for radiologists, Mr. Speaker. And in a nutshell, you realize that there is a shortage of radiologists in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I'd want to encourage the young people studying medicine. Let them try and specialize in radiology because there is huge shortage of these professionals in this country, and there are many opportunities in regards to the radiologist line, Mr. Speaker. We were able to look at even ambulances, Mr. Speaker. During emergency cases, it's worse. An ambulance is just there, it is told. Someone has to be called, a manager, to be able to, you know, ensure that stocks are also in that particular ambulance and all that. And you find they still have challenges as basic as an ambulance. And where you find that in the parking lot, we have sort of failed and faulty motor vehicles over and over and over years and years and years, and yet these are equipments that, if well maintained, Mr. Speaker, they could be able to serve a majority and a bigger number of people across different and within the regions in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about drugs, it is very sad that today in Kenya, we have a shortage of a drug called dexamethasone, Mr. Speaker. A very important and critical drug for mothers, and especially for those on early delivery, Mr. Speaker. And this drug, which should be supplied by GOK, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the cheapest drugs. But when a doctor recommends it, then you're between life and death. And that drug cost only 120 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And we have that shortage, and that is why sometimes you're finding that our women are suffering during delivery period, Mr. Speaker. And yet we come across expired drugs worth millions of money. Where's the priority, Mr. Speaker? These are some of the things that when the President, Dr. William Ruto, says, it's the high time that KEMSA supplies drugs directly to the health centers. I completely, 100% do agree with it. Why? Because from the time you enter a health facility, the reception, administration, records, you go and meet a doctor, you send to the lab, diagnosis is out. What the doctor will do, he or she shall prescribe for you. When you get that prescription, your last place in any health facility is the pharmacy, Mr. Speaker. It is at that point that you're supposed to get your medication. Because without that medication, then you cannot get the treatment. Everything ends up with the medication. And that is why at the pharmacy level, it is a very sensitive place. The professionals who are there, the pharmacists, the farm technologists, are very important people, Mr. Speaker, because they are the final team. They are the final professions who will be able to give you what you need to have for you to be able to get better. And so the discussion of having medicine directly from KEMSA to these institutions is the best thing, Mr. Speaker. We've had rumors here and there, and I would want the Committee of PAC to try and investigate that when they say at times money is transferred from the health facility back to the county, Mr. Speaker. It is sad. Then how are these facilities supposed to independently run their operations, Mr. Speaker? People need to be paid. Drugs need to be bought. Reagents need to be bought, Mr. Speaker. Cleaning need to be done. Food need to be provided for the patients, Mr. Speaker. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that is so sad, we are in 2025. 90% of our operations, 99, is through the digital platforms. Our manifesto has focused so much on digitalizing government services. We've moved from about 1,000 to over 15,000 services. Back to the hospital, Mr. Speaker. You go to any of the departments in the health facilities, these records are manual. And if they're not manual, if a staff has got a gadget like a computer, either it's a computer that is not working, or if he or she has gone further to acquire a laptop, that laptop belongs to him or her. So after duty, he or she goes with it at home. So what happens now? You find that counties have not really put the priority of digitalizing all their records in all the departments to get to know how to, what is short, what is not short, what needs to be added, what does not need to be added, and things like that, Mr. Speaker. We are in 2025, for Christ's sake. Information should be digital, Mr. Speaker. It's also safe like that, Mr. Speaker. The overcrowding that we've seen, SHA is very clear. The laws that we passed here, Mr. Speaker, are very clear. A hospital bed should only have one patient. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, to find the age of our parents. Imagine two men 70 years and above, Mr. Speaker, on one bed. At times we find mothers, young mothers for that fact, have been blessed with the bundles of joy. 3 mothers at times in one bed with their 3 little ones. How many Kenyans are those? 6 Kenyans. These are things that even when you go to our social media platforms, we've voiced out. It is not stories that we are making. It is reality that is out here, which is completely very sad, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure maintenance is a problem. These counties now, these hospitals have what we call the FIF fund. They should be able to ensure the standards of these hospitals are up to date, Mr. Speaker. They have the board that is running these hospitals, Mr. Speaker. So it just requires proper management with the little or more resources that they have. Conditional grants have also been given to these hospitals, Mr. Speaker. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, waste management is another issue. Incinerators, Mr. Speaker, are not to standard. The last visit we did, as much as this report is for Meru and Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, in Kiambu County, it was a shock. And even the management was also shocked. Like they have heaps and heaps and heaps of waste. And adjacent, we have Kenyans living in their homesteads, just as adjacent across the road, Mr. Speaker. It's very sad. All that is needed is a budget for the incinerator to be able to properly dispose the drugs or any other components that need to be disposed in the proper way, Mr. Speaker. You know, I want to agree with Senator Mwaruma. He said it in Swahili. Let me say it in English. The mortuary, you cannot suffer when you are alive and still suffer when you are dead, Mr. Speaker. The dead need to be given their last respect, Mr. Speaker. And that is in the mortuary spaces. They need to be to standard. And I want to take this opportunity to really appreciate all the morticians that we've met when we've traversed these different counties, Mr. Speaker. Men, most of them are actually, 99% that I've met are actually, apparently, they are men, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to appreciate them and ask the governors. We've met some of them who have worked for years without promotion. Looking at their package is so little. And you ask how many Kenyans will be able to do this kind of responsibility. It is a high time through the office of the governors to recognize morticians and even put a day to celebrate morticians. I mean, the kind of work that they do, it's not just for anybody, Mr. Speaker. So with those many and few remarks, Mr. Speaker, as a health committee, we continue championing universal health care, championing better services for our people, because we say a healthy nation, a wealthy nation. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, that brings us to the end of the members who have had interest to contribute to this motion. I now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me, Mr. Speaker. I hereby reply this motion. Mr. Speaker, as many members has contributed, and I have heard their sentiment, most of them is requesting we visit their counties. Mr. Speaker, so far, as a committee, we have visited 28 counties. And we agree as a committee that before the end of the session, we have to reach out to 47 counties. Now the remaining is 19, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we normally visit the counties, we write to them. After 7 days is when we visit. But we do impromptu to health facilities, health centers, dispensaries, and health centers. That's level 3. Mr. Speaker, when we normally go to counties, we also engage County Assembly Committee of Health. Because this is they are also our counterparts, and they do oversight. And also, we also train them how to do oversight. Most of them, they have learned a lot on how to do the oversight visits. Mr. Speaker, we normally engage them when it comes to budget issue, because some of the issues which we met in the visit, some of them is a short-term solutions. It has short-term solutions. Some are long-term, which need budgeting issues. So we engage the county to have a budget, to county assembly to be on board, so that at least when they are doing budgets, they have to incorporate what the facilities needed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted the governors not to stay in their good offices. Let them do impromptu to the health facilities, Mr. Speaker, so that they can see what is going on. Because I'm saying this, most of these short-term is an administrative issue, which can be solved on the ground. But because of negligence of a staff, it cannot be done. But if there's, the CEO of the county woke up one day, go to the referral hospital and the level 4 hospital, he can see what we have seen, and he can do some administrative action on the staff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everything has been raised on our recommendations, and most of them, Mr. Speaker, is a shortage of staff, specialized and everything. Mr. Speaker, we as a committee, we recognize, we have seen that the issue, the union of the person, the union of professionals, that is, they have to go to the reality on the board. Mr. Speaker, if the clinical officer do attachments and let him do as a locum in the same county, in the same facilities, after that, he will be, or she will be doing a casual, later on will be absorbed by the hospital facility. But the union will not allow that. So union will come down and see the reality on the ground, see and what is happening. Most of the negligence issues of the personnel is because of the break they normally go. After internship, they just go and stay for 5 years, 6 years without practicing. When they come back, they need at least a training. So we need a union to be on board so that at least they know, because of education system, they must have on board on such thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, comes cancer issue. Mr. Speaker, I urge also the county, when they are delivering these, the drugs, the county must be keen on the expiry dates of the drugs, Mr. Speaker, so that at least they know that what they have delivered is not expiring the next 6 months. Mr. Speaker, also in the automation of the system, the governors, when they are engaging a contract on the automations, Mr. Speaker, they must be keen on what kind of contractor they are giving. Most of them they are unable because they need just money, and when it comes to giving service, they cannot. Mr. Speaker, there is one recently which I've seen that in the system, it shows that maternity has a normal delivery of 1. But if you go, I went physically to maternity to interrogate, and I realized they have attended to almost 3 delivery of normal and 2 cesarean. Mr. Speaker, that figure is not showing in the system. So they have to be keen what kind of system they are engaging. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is on this waste management. Mr. Speaker, when they are doing this management, they are burning on the compound of the hospital. and this is the hospital, and this is the health facilities. And they know that when this smoke normally causes throat cancer and lung cancer, they have to be proactive on how to eradicate this, and they must have a priority so that at least they have to solve the problem of waste management. Mr. Speaker, with those, I reply, and the question to be put in the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Omar. Pursuant to Standing Order 66, putting of the question is hereby deferred into the next sitting of the House as requested by the mover of the motion. We will now move on to the next order. Clerk, you may call the next order.
Order number 17, motion, consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagement in Kilifi County.
Senator, the Vice Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health, this is your motion still. Proceed to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion on the consideration of the report of Standing Committee of Health and county oversight on network engagement in Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, this is the same as the one we have completed. And Mr. Speaker, all issues are, the stories in 47 counties, all are the same. Issues of staff, issue of expired drugs, the overcrowded of wards, beds, and inadequate of ambulances. Mr. Speaker, in this county, they have 7 ambulances, but in the reality, 2 are working. So the governor must be also prioritize on the emergency issues. Mr. Speaker, there is also an issue of mortuary, which I have to highlight this one, Mr. Speaker. Mortuary in Malindi, Mr. Speaker, is overcrowded because of the bodies which has been exhumed from Shakahola, which is 400 bodies sort of, Mr. Speaker. So the hospital is constrained, and they need an urgent, so that the government must be having an urgent issue so that they have to decongest these facilities, so that they have to have the operationalization of these challenges to be deployed. Mr. Speaker, there is also the timeline and maintenance of the repair of the hospital. Mr. Speaker, this FIF is meant for the minor maintenance and repairs of the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of casuals not to be paid. Mr. Speaker, we have to recommend that the county must pay people what have those people who are work. The KEMSA issues also come on board. The KEMSA issue of fill rate is also there. Mr. Speaker, we have to be keen on that one. Mr. Speaker, also automation also is there. Mr. Speaker, all of these things is an history of 47 counties, about 28 counties which you have visited, all are the same. Mr. Speaker, with that, and Mr. Speaker, with that, I have to now call upon Senator Tabita to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Still allow me to really appreciate my colleagues, led by the chair and also the vice chair, for the great teamwork. This responsibility, Mr. Speaker, really requires high level of teamwork, Mr. Speaker. Actually, what we normally do, you find that Senator Nyonka sits in this committee, so he's very good at looking at the incinerator. Senator Wakoli will be looking especially at the mortuary. I'll be looking at the pharmacy. Vice Chair will be looking at the maternity wings, and we go and look at the baby center, the infants, and all that. Look at the delivery beds and all that. So it's a committee that, you know, really works on high levels of teamwork. And yes, as she truly puts it, Mr. Speaker, we've found common repeated issues cutting across. But let me give some upload, Mr. Speaker, just very quickly. In Kilifi County, what they were able to report also is procurement and installation of the medical equipment, Mr. Speaker. That is installation of advanced radiology equipments, such as the ICT scans. They also talked about the mental health clinic establishment and expansion in their various sub-counties, construction of 112 bed male and female wards at the St. Luke Hospital, that is Kaloleni ward. And lastly, construction and completion of 30-bed maternity with operating theatre at St. Luke's Hospital, still in Kaloleni ward. The issue of maternity, Mr. Speaker, is an issue that we feel there's quite high levels of congestion. Most of the counties, you find that they're trying to prioritize their budgets in terms of ensuring they have more wards, and also more maternity wings for women. And this is something really to appreciate, because then this will help in decrowding most of these spaces as we are seeing. The issue of Shakahola, Mr. Speaker, I remember I was in that ad hoc committee. And yes, with what happened, as we all know, it has gone down in our history, a sad moment in this country. You realize, because it happened in Kilifi County, most of the bodies were staffed and have really been staffed for the longest. But I saw recently that MOH tried to decongest. The reports we have is that they have not really fully accomplished that. That then brings challenges to the county of Kilifi, whereby people are not able to really get the services of mortuary as needed because of this congestion. They should give their loved ones, the people who are affected on Shakahola, to be able to go and give a decent send-off to their loved one, Mr. Speaker. The issues of cash is not being paid. Recently, again, we were in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, we were able to voice out on the issues that this, cashes were not being paid for 5 months, Mr. Speaker. And within 2-3 days, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy because this was sorted. There has been a lot of impact for us as a committee as we've gone to the ground, Mr. Speaker, and been able to address so many of the many issues. We promise, as a committee, we are going to ensure we will cover all the 47 counties to be able to ensure that all these issues are addressed. And I want to urge my colleagues, especially members who have been elected to serve in these specific counties, to try and avail themselves. It's not a political war or tycoonism that, my senator has come and he has come to try and hit me and show my weaknesses. It's just oversight that we are doing. With those many and few, I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagement in Kilifi County, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 11th of November, 2025. Honorable Senators, this motion is now available for contribution, and I will invite Senator Okech. You may go and put in your contributions to the motion.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though there's pressure of time, this is a very fundamental report and a very important report. And I want to thank the Health Committee for having made a visit, and not just a visit, but also networking, meaning that they had a positive attitude towards being able to assess the state of health in Kilifi County. And Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things I will have mentioned here, but I hope that maybe if we have got extension to this tomorrow or so, I will be able to comment too. But first of all, I wanted just to say that there is a big focus on the issue of pharmaceuticals, both the availability of a pharmaceutical facility in the hospital, but even more importantly, the variances of records of drugs that we see in Kilifi County. And Mr. Speaker, this is an overarching problem that as a Senate we must face and solve. the issue of drug management and drug availability in our hospitals across counties is a wanting one. I don't know why our country cannot just find it right. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can see that there was variance in the drugs record in Kilifi County as was established by this committee. And this variance spans to even the issue of expired drugs that we have faced in a number of counties when we audit counties. In CIPIC, where I sit, and I'm glad that Senator Mutinda is here because she served with me in the previous session in CIPIC, this was a very serious issue where there is a lot of money spent by counties in drugs, but then counties just don't get it right with the drugs. One, they get really drugs are going to expire tomorrow, and number two, there isn't just availability of system to be able to provide those drugs within hospitals. This affects Migori County, it affects a number of counties that we know, but Mr. Speaker, is something that I think that this House will be able to address. I don't know whether we've got time to further comment on this, but or we'll have time later, Mr. Speaker, in tomorrow's session. But it is something that I wanted to extensively be able to comment on. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I think that the House should do a proper...
Senator Eddie, you have inquired whether you will still have an opportunity. I want to confirm that you still have got 18 minutes to continue contributing to the motion in the next session of the House. And now, Honorable Senators, it's 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, there's Thursday, 27th of November, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
I know you wanted me to reply. It's a very good report, by the way. Maybe not tomorrow. But tomorrow
Yeah, it will be there.
Okay.
So if you are not there tomorrow,
I'll be there.
You'll be there when it is starting?
Yes.
Okay. I will be there. Otherwise, if you